20-25 year in Europe as a whole and say Romania is better off than the rest of Europe. It is benchmarking to the bottom, and that is never a very useful perspective to take. But I think it is important to take things into perspective. For the role that EIF is playing, and that applies both to Romania but also to the rest of Europe, we try to deliberately to be a catalytic investor in the market, meaning that we are not there to act instead of the private sector, but we are there to act in anticipation or in encouragement of the private sector. And I have the privilege to look at this type of market circumstances over a period of 2.5 decades. When I joined EIF, actually, that was back in 2000. That was literally at the moment of the tech crash that happened at the time. And we had just made our investment plan for 2001, and when we were done with it, there was no market anymore. And at that point in time, we had a choice to make as EIF, which was how do we deal with the lack of shortage of capital that arises from that situation, and how do we act as a policy-driven investor in that market. And we had two choices, basically. One was to become an ATM and to distribute PIN codes to fund managers in the market and to ease the shortage of capital in that way, or to take a perspective in the long run and try to build a market that can also eventually live without us. And we deliberately chose for the second option, trying to be a player in the market that demonstrates that this asset class is something that fits into the institutional asset allocation of pension funds and insurance companies and the like. Now we are 2.5 decades later. I cannot say that the objective that I'm giving out to my team and every team member that joins us ever since, which is that our role is to make ourselves redundant. I can't say that we have completely succeeded that, because unfortunately, as I said just before, the European venture capital market as such is still to a very large extent dependent on public sector funding in order to even reach the scale that it has now. But what is noticeable is that there has been a shift in the perception of this industry since 2000, which is in 2000, many parts of this industry have been considered as a charity, and today they are considered as being a kind of substantial part of an asset allocation. And we are continuing to walk on this way. We have done the same thing with a kind of time lag, because we started later on the Romanian market. But also, if I look at the performance that we extract from the funds that we've backed in the first generations of our activities in this country, sometimes with means that have been completely ill-designed to even support investments in venture capital and private equity, because with constraints of how long the capital could be drawn down from funds and things like that. But despite those completely hostile circumstances and conditions that were attached to this type of funding, the industry has delivered. And obviously there has been higher volatility in the portfolio when you compose a portfolio of first-time teams, basically. But I've been doing very recently the analysis for EIF's portfolio in terms of how does the performance from emerging managers compare to the mainstream blue chip fund managers that we have in the books. And actually, it is very telling from the portfolio that emerging managers in our portfolio actually improve the portfolio performance. And this is something that I think is something that I'm happy to share also with all the institutional investors that may be in the room. If you're scared of emerging managers, you probably do good to revise your notes.
Thank you, Uli. Moving to Mihaela and Cristi, we have EBRD and IFC in Romania for 2 decades. Can you please share the trends, the recent trends that you have noticed in the institutions that you are leading in respect of underwriting private equity and venture capital tickets or investments? But also, if you can share a little bit about other co-investment strategies, because we've seen EBRD co-investing with Morphosis Capital and CCAT in the transaction La Cocoș. On the other hand, we've seen IFC taking a minority stake in Carpathia Pensii, pension fund, a local part of an international group. So we see that more and more you as development institutions are supporting the market not only with direct tickets but also with other type of instruments and investments.
Hi. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. I have a lot of numbers here, so I will try to make it a bit consistent. Okay, so we are present in Romania since 1991. As my colleagues have said, there were cycles in the development of the industry, but overall you can see a growing trend, which is very fortunate and is helping us to commit more and more in capital of the investment funds in Romania and direct equity investments. It's worth saying the fact that for us at EBRD, these investments in the investment funds is seen together with our direct participations in equity. And because of that, the numbers that you will hear are cumulative. So overall, we've committed 8 billion euros in all our countries of operations since 1991. Current portfolio as of the end of last year is 2.2 billion, 170 active funds. 85% of these investments are in emerging managers, which basically are GPs that are raising their first, second, or third institutional fund. 62% of portfolio is in growth and buyouts, and 45% of the current portfolio is in our region, in Central and Eastern Europe. Now to Romania, because I think that's more important for us here. As you rightly pointed out, I think since 2021, 2022, we have seen a significant increase in interest and opportunities in the market. We have increased a lot of our financings, both in the regional and local equity funds, both VCs and private equity, as well as direct equity investments. We somehow managed that in the last 3 years, at least we managed to invest as direct equity in at least one IPO that has taken place on the Bucharest Stock Exchange. First with ROPEA, then Christim, and this year Electro Alpha, and in parallel with that, La Cocoș, which you mentioned. So last year was a record year for us, as I mentioned in other conferences, but I think what's worth mentioning for the purposes of this event is that out of a 3 billion euros portfolio in Romania, 10% is in equities, which means as well regional equity funds, venture capital, and direct equity investments. And last year we recorded the largest investment in the past 5 years in this space. Some other things that are important to notice is that, for obvious reasons, we have focused on high growth sectors and innovative businesses like ROPEA, but ROPEA is the easiest case to argue for this purpose. But I think overall we see these types of investments in investment funds as being a very strong catalyst for us in helping us leverage getting access to SME space, which we cannot finance directly because of the small amounts of financings that they require. And we do that both by investing in investment funds on one side and on the other side through advisory, as you know. Typical investment size is 10-15 million euros in investment funds and larger ticket amounts in direct equity investments. So I think overall you're right, there is a growing trend and there are more and more opportunities in the market, and I'm happy to see that despite the kind of more challenging macroeconomic and political environment, there is still a lot of interest for future IPOs and equity investments in the country.
Thank you.
In our case, if I would summarize, I would say that we try to follow the investment strategy in general of the industry in the region. A few years ago, when you asked me the same question, I was telling you we are investing in Romania through funds which are targeting Romania, but from other countries. And for a while, this was in general the strategy in the country and in the region, if we think about what happened until 2015, 16, 17, it was mainly funds Poland-centric, with few notable exceptions, but in general, they were coming from other countries investing in Romania. Then we started to look at the funds which started to be created in Romania, based in Romania, with the Romanian teams. And I have to congratulate here the state and the EIF, which together helped creating this industry basically in Romania. And we looked also at some of these funds to invest directly in those. I would say now we are very happy to be LPs in some of these funds, in Morphosis, in Gapminder, but we are also, we continue to look for investments in this area. And more recently, we started to notice another trend of regional funds from Southeastern Europe, which started to look at Romania as a target investment, as an area for target investments. And then again, we are also investing in those countries. So we tried, in terms of size or market, we tried to cover all the segments. We invested, for example, in low mid-market in funds like Morphosis or Provectus. We looked to larger funds, buyout funds like Mid-Europa. We are also LPs in those. We invested in mid-market funds like Blackpeak, Innova Enterprise Investors, and Integral. But we are also trying to cover other segments like mezzanine, ACP, through ACP, as well as direct investors in growth companies like RBC. Recently, we became a shareholder because of the investment agreements, that co-investment agreements that we have with our funds where we are LPs. In general, with all the funds, we are trying to have such agreements, and in that case, we went together with Mid-Europa, but also we tried to cover other direct investments. For example, as you mentioned, Carpathia Pensii. So we are also trying to cover this area of direct investments. I must say that this still represents a small part of our total portfolio in Romania. Our total portfolio in Romania is 2.7 billion, so proportionally it's still not such a big amount, but as an importance, we consider this as a very important market, because together with our financing for banking sector, as Mihaela also said, we are reaching SMEs through these funds, but also because we consider this industry having a fantastic role in developing the country and the companies in Romania. And we have all witnessed the creation and the growth of many private equity-owned firms and VC firms, which have become very, very strong. I think that's pretty much where we are now. Thank you.
Thank you. Stefan, you are representing a public authority and also the local investment and development bank. There have been recently, as we discussed already, some changes in the landscape and in the public policies. If you were to look a little bit backward in time and coming back to the present, maybe you can give us a brief overview of government's role in the policies, and also give us a little bit from the backstage, what has driven this change and shift in strategy?
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for having me here. So I'm pleased to see such a big attendance and very qualified one. I'm pleased to have, to be here with our friends from IFIs. Actually, we count a lot on them in various initiatives we have. I would say that the government, for example, in the Ministry of Finance, there is a very strong support for market initiatives. Of course, I also have two hats, and one is quite a sombrero. If you look at the numbers of issuance we do in the market and the volumes, of course, we are quite market friendly, and we are discussing a lot with the markets, trying to understand the markets and trying to push forward on the initiatives that are meant to develop the market. And I think, that was, for example, this case of the IDB. There was a lot of enthusiasm in the Ministry of Finance for creating this institution, and a lot of support to the IDB once it was created. Thanks God, it was, although late, but we created it. It became functional, operational last year. And of course, it's also important to have supportive ministers as well. It helps all the time. I think it's important to bring, to the policymakers all the time, the needs and, the opportunities. Our friends from IFIs, they all the time, they come with ideas along the market. And I think initially, for example, in the IDB, the time horizon was that, okay, let's focus on the bank type of products during 2025, 2027. And once we accumulate knowledge, we will expand into the equity and so on structures. I think everything got a lot of speed, and there is a lot of pressure from the market, and also looking around you. Again, we are lagging behind. You saw that chart with Romania 0. We don't like it, but it's true. Therefore, the agenda basically became more, let's say, important to push ahead already vehicles and structures. And I think the minister was very right. So, for example, when we discuss about this relaunch package, what can we do in such a squeezed fiscal space? How can we help? Because we don't have too much fiscal room. Therefore, definitely, having a leverage and through the IDB, mobilizing the resources is the only solution the state could help, or, finding right incentives, but not spending that much money, being mindful about the fiscal space, trying to leverage those and to create vehicles that would basically mobilize a lot of liquidity which is existing in the market. If you look at the pension funds, they have 230 billion lei under management, and they have inflows, annual inflows of 25 billion. If you count all the IPOs that are showing up in the Bucharest Stock Exchange, it's not enough. So of course they have a lot of holdings on the govies, and I appreciate that as an issue again, and we count a lot on them. But I think it's good for them to diversify. Christian Popa already mentioned, so you live in a volatile context, the inflation, sometimes you have inflationary spiral that might affect the fixed income space, then you need diversification. So, but I think we are trying to understand them, and it's not only, for example, it was a big step ahead that we had very, very good discussions with FSA, with the pension funds sitting around the table discussing, brainstorming. We had that flexibility and increased room in the share of the assets that could be invested along the state, of course, to provide comfort, because you need to build while providing comfort. So if you are trying to push them too much, Therefore, that might be counterproductive. So you have to build comfort. You have to build comfort that, investing in PE and VC doesn't mean necessarily that you'll have failures, and then you'll have it will be actually, let's say, a less productive assets you have under your strategic asset allocation and so on. But also on the pension funds, I think there is a lot of room for improvement in terms of human resources, in terms of also in their house to agree that they need diversification, because it's a lot of complacency. It's not only at the state complacency. Complacency is everywhere. It's also in IFIs. I was in IFIs. It's also in the pension funds and so on and so forth. So when you come with something new, you have to build, let's say, confidence that you do it rightly. There is also, you have to build also for the FSA. Of course, as any regulator, you are trying first to address risks. Yeah? Then you look at on the risk-adjusted returns, you look at the issues that might pop up. Pension funds is a very sensitive sector. Whatever comes, whatever, let's say, failure in one of their investments they have, it's a big noise in Romania because we like to create noise and so on. Therefore, I think you have to build comfort, and I feel like, we are building up comfort. This project with EIF, which I would like to thank a lot to Camelia, to the team, to Uli I just met, but I think it's a very strong team that was supporting the state. Actually, it was just EIF, basically in all these latest initiatives. Of course, IFC and EBRD, they have their role, but in what the structures we have under the EU cohesion and EIF played an important role. We have to develop the capacity inside the IDB. You, Daniela, we are together there. So there is also a big enthusiasm in IDB. It's a young team, but very professional, I think. They need to learn from peers. Institutionally, also World Bank as a group was very supportive, including here IBRD. And I think operationally, from the management perspective, EIF has a lot of skills, and they have to learn from peers. They have to learn from peers, also peers from CE, like BGK is a champion in the region, but they still need help, for example, from EIF. So EIF they developed similar structures we intend to create in Romania. I think, now we are also discussing, the minister didn't touch upon it, but because through this emergency ordinance, we said IDB could enter in vehicles, meaning SPVs could enter in the funds. So we went very broad. We said, in vehicles, for example, there was like a 20% threshold put in there in order to show that you want to mobilize resources. So there is also a lot of things about PPPs in there. I think we need also line ministries to think more broadly, because once we have a good project, a bankable project, that project is not put on the table for equity structures or for but more, let's go to a bank and ask for funding. So it's more about debt funding than equity or using the stock exchange. So I think now we have a very clear timeline with this fund. We intend also to do a seminar to discuss in details, with the pension funds, with the FSA, to discuss, the concept, to discuss, how other guys, are looking at the regulatory issues, to basically understand better what should be done, because also in terms of secondary regulations, provisioning, reporting, so the devil is all the time in details. So I think that's, in the next few months, and then we'll start discussing on financing agreement. There should be a government decision to mandate the IDB specifically for that. So all these steps are envisaged to be done this year. Of course, we are looking for partners. We are discussing with the BRD. So part of the investors will be at the level of fund of funds together with IDB. Others will be at the layer of the funds in which the fund of funds will be investing. And of course, we are aiming to have as much as possible coverage of the local investors. We know that there are already some usual suspects that are funds that already, were the good candidates for the previous funds under the under REF, for example. And we'll try to identify others. So there should be discussions further with the industry, with ROPEA and so on, in order to understand who should be under the radar of this fund.
Thank you. We have quite a little space left, so I will go with the last round of questions. Stefan already mentioned indeed some of the ideas or information related to the current project, which is managed by Ministry of Finance, Investment and Development Bank, EIF, in terms of setting up this fund-of-fund structure. Indeed, we have looked at numbers. We've seen that under the recent fundraising, like record high fundraising, next to the public money, we've seen the private money, the private investors, high net worth individuals or family offices from national or international markets. What we are missing indeed is the institutional investors, banks, pension funds. We are operating in the context whereby at European level, and Minister Nazare mentioned as well, there is a strong trend towards mobilizing and moving private money from big pockets of pension funds and banks towards the private markets, and private equity and venture capital is seen as a very important channel through which this money, private money, can be directed. But again, institutional investors are key, and we've seen a lot of trends, positive trends and decisions and proposals taken by European decision makers. I'm referring now, as I said, European Savings and Investment Union. I'm referring to capital requirements regulations updates for banks, whereby there is a favorable treatment in terms of risk-weight assets and capital required for investments, direct investments in equity, private equity funds, under certain conditions, of course. There is a clear new interpretation or push from European Commission regarding how pension funds look at their responsibility for placing money, and also Mr. Cristian Popa mentioned about this, the prudent person principle, whereby pension funds are, due to their investors and contributors, not only a low risk or no risk placement, but also they are due a return in exchange of their contributions. We have seen in Romania, mentioned already, very interesting shifts and movements. I would like to ask the representative of the international financial institutions, how do they see these trends? How do they perceive as their potential contribution further to the development of the ecosystem? And at the end, I will ask Stefan to give us even a bit more details about about the preparation of this fund of funds and the role of investment bank in mobilizing the local institutional investors. So Uli, I would like to start with you and then move along.
Well, I think from EIF side and EIB group side, I think our support to the industry and also to the region and to Romania in particular is unbroken. This is something that is clearly a priority for us to contribute to our dual objective to, on one side, to keep the European competitiveness compared to other continents at par, but also at the same time to bring the cohesiveness of the markets within the European Union together. And actually, rising countries like Romania play a very important role in that. This being said, our role is also evolving in in building this market. When we started being active in Romania a decade ago, the market situation has been a very different one, and there has been very little infrastructure that actually one could build on at the time. This has massively changed today, and as I said it previously in my opening remarks, we do see that the Romanian market is going to go forward much less being a kind of taker from support from the ecosystem than being an active contributor to the ecosystem. And also when you talk about ecosystem, I'm not talking only about the national ecosystem, I'm talking about the ecosystem at large, in the European ecosystem in particular, where things that happen in Romania that are carried by Romanian fund managers and initiatives and also entrepreneurs from here, actually reaching out into the European continent rather than dragging capital in from there. And the role that EIF is playing in this is evolving at the same time, meaning that of course we are going to support the initiatives that come out of Romania, and in particular the initiatives that Stefan has been talking about, and we will in the discussions that we are having with the Romanian authorities and the new IDB, we're going to look at how we can support those initiatives, but at the same time, we are keen to connecting this ecosystem to the pan-European initiatives that we are operating. We have launched a few years ago the European Tech Champions Initiative that many of you may know, which has been looking at really scaling companies out of Europe. We are now in the second generation of bringing this, the second generation to the market, which is going to look also to the smaller scale-up market in technology companies, which looks at market segments that are more accessible to the state of development and maturity of the Central Eastern European markets. So our efforts are really to bring the pieces together and to interact with each other in a more fluid way than this has been in the past, and this is going to be our focus in the months to come.
Yo, okay. So future looks great. I think we will continue building up on what we have achieved already. It's an obvious trend. We see equity as and the investments in the capital of equity funds, private equity and VC as being a strong catalyst for growth. And it aligns perfectly with our country strategy, with focuses on increased private sector competitiveness, on increased resilience, which focuses a lot on financial markets and this sector as well, and green economy transition. And what we will be focusing on going forward is to develop or improve the private equity ecosystem, both ways, by increasing access to finance and through advisory. And on this front, I think it's worth mentioning our Star Venture program, which is very much aligned with the priorities of the private equity funds, because we aim to provide advisory for early stage startups and accelerators to prepare these for being able to attract investments through equity funds, both from the funds where we invest and other funds as well. And also, I think it's worth mentioning the fact, and I've seen in the graphs before, that investments in private equity is at least at EBRD, but I'm sure it's everywhere, are like an amazing tool to improve job creation, increase growth in a more accelerated way than we do through our direct investments, and overall increase private sector competitiveness. So I think honestly the sky is the limit for us. We don't have limits in terms of exposures or presence in Romania. So I'm very happy to see that. There are a lot of opportunities in the market, and I'm very happy to see that. From
our point of view and my personal point of view, I think the evolution of this industry and of the market in general is very interesting and positive. If we look at the structure of the fundraising in Romania, we will all notice that there are some particularities. First of all, there is almost zero fund of funds and very few pension funds. I think before we will see a significant move from the pension funds, probably we will see more on fund of funds, because Stefan mentioned the initiative of the BID. There is an initiative which I salute in one of the banks to create a fund of funds. So I think there is hope that this segment will further develop, and we are happy to help in any possible way. In addition to that, I think some recent developments show that there is a tendency of sophistication also in terms of utilizing the stock market, which is a good sign. We noticed few interesting IPOs, which shows that the second generations of entrepreneurs started to be more creative in terms of how to get their funding, both in terms of equity, but also hopefully going further in terms of debt. There is a quite a strong market of bond issuances, but these are mainly from the bank side, in addition to what the state is doing and is very active. Hopefully, more and more companies will understand the opportunity to use the stock exchange as well, and to raise even debt on stock exchange. All this because a strong market has a strong correlation with the strong private equity industry. I remember when I was in Enterprise Investors, we used to have a preferred route of exit through the stock exchange. In Romania, it's still not possible because the volumes are not there, the liquidity is not there, but we see that this is hopefully coming. In terms of IFC, we will continue to support the market. We will continue to look at investing in private equity, venture capital, direct investments. We will continue to look at in a regional approach, continue to have a regional approach, not necessarily being important where the fund manager is located, but more what markets are targeting, and Romania being one of the strongest markets. I think it will continue to benefit from significant funds, and I hope this will mean an increase of volumes in private equity and venture capital.
Thank you. So Stefan, with you, I'll rephrase my question in a very short one with two sub-questions. How much and when? In terms of this, I'm sure you cannot share maybe too many details, but do you have any indication in terms of numbers? Because we've looked at the Polish market, we see Innovate Poland, we see other markets initiatives. Hope to see some bigger numbers. Recovery Equity Fund, 400 million euros was a great initiative for the local market. So what do you have?
Very straightforward. Okay, I've tried to discuss with Camelia to get some numbers in the breaks.
It's a pressure on both ways coming from the industry.
Looks like, she was not in the right mood to give me those. No, actually, I mean, it's hard to say exactly a number because, again, we are trying to attract also other bodies. I mean, you have here EBRD, you have EIF. So we are trying also with the pension funds to understand, what would be, the mobilization we could get from there. And also when it comes to the state/IDB support, there are two sources here. One source is, of course, the state could mandate the IDB and also place an amount, with the IDB for the specific purpose. But then IDB also has its own capital, which, by the way, was injected also by the state already, or there will be another injection coming this year under the RRF, 100 million euros. There was a lot of work in the IDB to prepare the framework for that, with the pillar assessment, with the file for the DG competition and so on. Therefore, there could be also sources, internal resources from IDB. Now, timeline again. We are working, I was just chatting with my team in the Ministry of Finance. As Minister said, so there will be the first step for a government memorandum. The government will approve the concept and will basically mandate the IDBs to sign a memorandum of understanding with the IF, which is basically talking about the concept and about the framework, the general framework of the fund of funds. And as I said, we are discussing about having this seminar, this, let's say, very focused discussion with the pension funds, with the FSA, maybe to include, as I said, some other countries' experiences. For example, Croatia has a very strong pension fund system, so we have to learn from them in terms of like a regulatory, how they basically dealt with this diversification and so on at the level of supervision and regulation. And then, there will be, all the details to shape the mandate to the IDB. I see Theo and I think Alexandra was also here, so it's, there will be, and Raluca is also here. So there will be a lot of work on them shaping that mandate, so there will be a government decision again, and then the financing agreement with the IF. We are also discussing on other structures. We had a lot of meetings with infra funds that want to come to invest to Romania. Of course, there might be maybe a future discussion on let's say, a more devoted infra fund for let's say, for Romania, because as it was mentioned by the minister, we are also present in some regional funds, infra fund, created under the 3Cs initiative. And then we will discuss further with other IFIs, with the VRD and IFC. We know that, for example, IFC has a very good experience in Hungary on supporting the Hungarian Development Bank in creating various funds. Of course, with a broader, let's say, outreach, not only within the borders of the country. So, therefore, I think, well, stay tuned. We'll provide more details as they come.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you all of you for sharing all your insights with us and the community. And we look forward for the discussion next year. Thank you. We are a little bit late with the agenda. We will take a very short break, 5 minutes break, in order to return to the next session, which will cover a brief presentation from Raluca on the Education Task Force, and the next panel with a very, very dynamic discussion which will cover both investments and divestments. You saw the statistics, so please return quick to our next session. Thank you. Please, we would kindly like to ask you to join back the audience and the event room. As mentioned earlier, our education task force is very active and interacting with all the key stakeholders of our ecosystem. Raluca is a member of the board of directors of ROPEA, managing partner Highlander Partners, is leading this task force and I think she has succeeded amazing things in mobilizing actually support from the entire community. Without further ado, I will invite Raluca to present the activity in this task force.
Hello, everybody. My name is Raluca Nița. I'm managing Highlander Partners, a US private equity firm in Romania, and I've been in this industry since the year 2000. It's my pleasure today to walk you through very briefly the work we have done within the Education Task Force of ROPEA. I'm the board member of ROPEA in charge of this task force. And what we have done so far is impressive from the point of view of mobilizing you, the members, into this task force. So practically less than a year since we launched the initiative, 24 members from our community have signed in to help. Many of you have helped already. We have a very dedicated leadership team in place who have volunteered to lead the 3 big initiatives we have put together: the GP Education Series and PMVC Academy, the LP Education Series, and the Management of Growth. And we have the help of Iris Mardar as our Education Task Force Coordinator, helping us make all this happen. Practically, we have structured our activities on 3 core pillars based on different audiences. The GP Series is dedicated to investment professionals in our industry. And so far, based on a survey done in the industry, we have delivered some workshops for the young people in the industry in legal structuring and key agreements with RTPR, which has been extremely successful, very interactive with negotiation sessions. And then we had, with the help of PwC, an exit readiness workshop in the month of April. Coming up for the rest of the year, based on the survey we've done, we are preparing an ESG workshop, also with the help of PwC and Aperio Intelligence, and then a value creation workshop with Bain Capital, with Bain and Company, sorry, which is actually going to help us bring operational excellence into our value creation plans in the portfolio companies, which is actually the most highly rated in our survey. The PMVC Academy, and I have to tell you that both of these initiatives are led by Miruna Popa from Resource Partners, who is also chair of Level 20, and this is a joint initiative with Level 20, the CE Romania chapter. We had last year, we launched this initiative, we had 50 students and graduates enrolled and applying for it, and this year we had an increase in that application because the program is very successful. And we've invited 50 of them to attend. Last year, RTPR hosted us. This year, Denton's offered to host us. And you will see further on a small, brief movie about how the event unfolded. We had 8 speakers from the industry in last year edition and other 8 speakers this year. We thank them very much. And they covered both a technical chapter, but case studies from the Romanian private equity as well. The second pillar is the LP Education Series, and here we are going to do more. As you've heard also Stefan Nanu talk earlier about the need to talk more with the regulators, with the institutional investors in the market to understand the private equity in VC as an asset class. We are going to talk about allocation strategies, fund selection, governance, and the role of institutional investor in the economy. And for the remainder of the year, with the help of Adrian Stănculescu from Abris, who is leading this working group, we are going to have a family office event, a continuation of last year's event, which was very successful with the participation of Florin Vasvari from London Business School, and we hope to have him again in the country, and also a private funds webinar where we hope to have the participation of our colleagues from Croatia and from the Baltics to share from their very successful experience in bringing private pension funds into the private equity. And the third pillar, which is led by Simona Gemenanu from Orphosis Capital, it's about management of growth. And it's not only about management of our portfolio companies, it's also management of family businesses. Both PE-backed companies and family businesses have the same need to scale operations, and we all need the same capabilities, execution capabilities. So this is where we want to put together entrepreneurs and private equity in our joint effort to scale the business. This year we've organized already with BIZ, Private Equity What Founders Need to Know, 2 sessions, a workshop with very good content, with case studies, showing to founders how they can team up with private equity, and based on its success, we are going to redo it again next year. And we are now working on 3 other programs. One is ROPEA Commercial Academy with the help of Ascendis. We are targeting commercial directors of both private equity-backed companies and family offices and family companies. And we are doing also a CFO Academy for Growth, targeting the same community with case studies from our industry. As well, we had a mini MBA program designed together with Exec Edu, which we've run in Highlander Partners portfolio companies at the beginning of this year with a huge success. We are going to redo that, and being a tested program, this can be offered to the wider community if funds are interested. Last but not least, this is also a call to action. If you want to get involved further, helping us in this education initiative, you can do so as a speaker, as a mentor, as a sponsor, as an educational partner, but most importantly, to motivate your teams to join our programs and motivate management of your portfolio companies, because now we are in a pilot phase. We want to test those programs which have the most impact, and we need your help to know which those are, so that starting next year, we roll out at a bigger scale these programs. And as Uli was saying earlier, we need to grow from within. This is what we are planning in this task force. And we think that capital will come, even more than it did in the last 2 years, because even Minister Nazare said this is needed now for institutional capital to go into private equity. But we need not only capital, we need people, we need expertise, and we need collaboration. And I think this is our aim in the Education Task Force, to deliver for the community and wider into the economy. This is what drives us to put our time into this. So you can find all of us in the conference. Reach out to us if you want to get more involved, or we'll reach out to you, be assured. Thank you very much. And now, the movie. The movie is not here? Where? No. Where? I don't touch the remote. Ah, it's here.
I would like to invite now on the stage our guests of our next panel, moderated by Cornelia Bumbăcea, partner in transaction services in PwC Romania. We will further explore how two pairs of private equity VC funds are managing and doing new investments in portfolio companies. You've seen the record numbers at our ecosystem level, and we will also explore and look into the value creation stories in two companies which have already been exited. We have invited on the scene representatives from the investor and from the management, and we hope that all the experience and real life case studies shared you will find inspirational.
Thank you, Daniela. You've done the introductions. I don't need to. I invite on stage Bogdan Vânea, Mid-Europa partner, Ana Maria Pascu, M&A director in Regina Maria, Miruna Popa from Resource Partners with her CEO in Vola and founder Daniel Troică. And then we have Dan Mihăescu from Gapminder and Joe Kim, his CEO. And last but not least, I think we are still missing Adrian Stănculescu from Abris Capital together with Iulia Spiera. Iulia, come along here. His CFO, his former CFO, because quite a big group of people, key representatives of the private equity and VC community and PE-backed portfolio companies. We have a long list. I know everybody's hungry. Maybe you had a chance to eat something in the break, but we hope to keep your attention high. So I will start with the first question. I mean, the main topic is we are visionaries. We like to build companies and support growth. One question for each and every one of you, and especially private equity and VC representatives, are what are the top 3 levers the PE and VC firms typically pull to create value in their portfolio companies? So who is going to break the ice? Dan, will you break the ice, please?
Okay. So in VC, obviously, we do things a bit slightly different than in private equity, just to adapt to the reality that we invest in and we have in our portfolio. Companies that are at much earlier stage are in hyper growth. Most of the cases are in EBITDA negative. So we need to reflect that when we do our job. And then, of course, there are many flavors of VC fund managers themselves. So if I'm looking at what are the top 3 that we do as Gapminder, probably look at people, we look at growth and sales in general, and then at support at strategic and networking level, right? So I can detail them, they're not very complex, and some of them will look very similar with what we see also in private equity. So people, of course, a startup goes so fast that it's under so much pressure that it needs to grow in maybe 3 to 5 years to, I don't know, 200 or 70 or whatever is the number of employees. And when you do that, you have to be very careful about the leadership, about the culture that you put into the company and how you develop it. So us as active, let's say more active type of board members, we try to help them there. It's more programmatic, it's not simple, advice. Sometimes we, as an example, sometimes we do the last set of interviews for a very important senior job into the company. On the growth side, there are so many things because the companies are growing so fast, so from basically zero. So we look at help them looking and identifying the ideal customer persona and basically how the customer looks like, and then to develop everything around that and to be able to sell there, to scale, and to scale internationally, which is super important. Startups do not stand a chance if they try to have customers only in Central Europe. Basically, they need to go to very large markets like US or the smaller sister like UK, and that puts lots of pressure, and you need to get help on that. And we try to do that. It's part of our journey with them. It's part of our experience with them in the board sessions and maybe informal sessions, like even beers in some cases. And third, I would say, is the support at strategic level and network, which is super important for companies that need to, sometimes they pivot. Many of the, maybe 40-something% of the companies in our portfolio did not pivot. The rest of them absolutely did that along the years. And they need support on that, and they need the peace of mind when they prepare for the next round, for example, right? This is a particular case for VC versus private equity. In VC, the team, the founders are put under pressure to do round after round, probably in the range of 12 to 18 months distance. So they need absolutely support for round readiness, even exit readiness, and they need the help of the investors to open their network of contacts, right?
Thank you, Dan. Quite comprehensive view. Let's move, Miruna. From a private equity perspective, what are the three from resource partners perspective?
Of course. So just to give a background on our stake in ITH, who is the parent company of Voda, we are the majority shareholder, but we view ourselves as a partner to Dani, who is also the co-founder of the business. So just to keep it short and sweet with regards to what the key levers would be, I would name the first one as the ability to act as a sparring partner. And it's true that we are not in the day-to-day operational reality of the business. We're away from that noise, and we have the ability to ask questions from the outside. And many times these questions lead to a different perspective than maybe they would have in their internal conversations. And to us, it's also valuable because we see how it drives our value creation agenda. The second one would be building the management infrastructure. I think that our job here is to spot what are the gaps in the organizational structure and where, for example, Dani's bandwidth would be limited and where he would need some know-how in order to not be a bottleneck or to have the go-to-market idea faster. So spotting those holes and then adding the relevant know-how. And the third one would be prioritizing and allocating capital. And I do not mean our capital, I mean every euro of EBITDA. How do we think about investing it? How do we strategize? How do we prioritize the new products? Whether we cut back on CapEx now and invest into different projects, and how do we time all of these decisions? So to summarize it, return on investment and allocation.
Thank you, Miruna. Adrian, next, from an average capital perspective.
Maybe now? Okay, good, it's open. I would also want to be quite short. I think for us, first of all, is the vision that we have. So starting from our initial investment thesis, in discussions with the management team and the partners that we have in the deals, we are spending quite a lot of time making sure we have the same vision. I think it will be very difficult without that, discussing plans and details of plans without having the same vision. And it's not always the case. We have cases where that vision that you thought you have in the beginning, on the same way as your partner, it's not anymore on the table, either for various reasons. But I think it's important to realize that and make sure you either fix it or you find different solutions to part ways or to find other directions. So I think it's quite important. The second one, it's obviously the value creation plan, but that going straight into a value creation plan where you have initiatives and objectives and quantified objectives and impact without having the vision, it's gonna be very difficult, especially because you'll have to change the value creation plan along the ways. And since 2019, we all know that we probably changed those plans a few times, by force, so we had to do that. That's why I think more important is to have the vision. And I think the third one would be to align the incentives to that vision and to that value creation plan. It's key to have, you know, the incentive that everybody rows the boat in the same direction. So, yeah, that's what I would say it's important for us.
Thank you, Adrian. Bogdan, I think you are next. Anything new or
yes,
exotic?
Of course, there are many levers, but I would say one that could really make a difference is focusing on upgrading the equity story of the business. So this is something that we like to do very early on, and it could mean different things, but the key question that we need to answer is, how do we make this business, what do we need to do today to make this business much more attractive in 5-10 years' time at our exit? And you need to be very aware of those topics, and of course you need to have the vision, you need to speak with your partners in the business. And you know, besides, let's say, the organic initiatives, you know, focusing on the right growth areas, investing in the right areas, again, that Miruna was mentioning, you know, it's also something we as private equity can take a lead role into, and that is taking a business that's never done M&A or has done very few M&A, and transform it into a proper M&A consolidation platform that can definitely lead to a re-rating of the business that exits. So that's one. And the second one would be taking a local business or maybe a region within a country business and making it a national champion or a regional champion. That can also make maybe have a similar big impact on re-rating the business that exit.
Thank you. I think quite a lot of topics we can discuss for many hours and expanding more, but I would have some other interesting. How do you balance between what you need in terms of short-term performance, financial performance, with the longer term when you transform businesses? Once you've spotted the good potential target, and then you need to have a balance, because sometimes you have an horizon of 3 to 5 years, sometimes more, very much depends, but that's the aim. But you need to transform those businesses. So I would start and place the question to Dan, because you mentioned you go to a cycle and you are a constant coach of the business, keeping by the hands. How do you balance that?
I do it?
I joke, yeah.
Yeah, so it's actually a really good question. So I had the fortunate part of, actually having been in private equity a long time ago, as well as running public companies, as well as running private companies. And what you realize, especially in this kind of setting with VC and private equity setting, is that there are two things that are under like tremendous amount of advantage as a private company versus a public company. And one of those things is time. It's time as a private company. And the reason why I say that is when you are a public company, no matter how good your strategy is that you want to execute for the year, if you have a bad quarter, it goes down the toilet. Because you have to react to the numbers that you just presented, and you got to be able to tell the story, and it may not be aligned to your strategic direction, okay? And so the first and foremost thing to understand is the strategy and the general direction that you're going is always going to be, as a private company and somebody that's running a private company, way more important than the day-to-day stuff that is happening, because that is the advantage that you have. So that's one thing to keep in mind, both as an operator and then also in the private equity and the venture as a somebody that is putting money and investing into the company. The second thing is, that doesn't mean that you can just skip any of the short-term stuff too. You do need to keep track of the most important short-term things. And for those, there's actually a really good exercise that most folks that are running private companies can do. And so you might have heard the term forecasting. We do that a lot, right? We all forecast, hopefully up here. But there's a really important exercise that you can run that's called backcasting. Okay, it's a very important thing to do as a CEO, is to look at where do you actually want to be from a strategic perspective, let's say 3 years from now, okay? And then when you understand where you want to be 3 years from now, actually you can, after doing the backcasting from there, actually do a forecasting. Like if we ran the numbers from the company that we want to be 3 years from now, what do we need to do now? And then maybe in the second horizon and the third horizon before you get there. And shocking things happen, which is some of the items that you need to do end up being short-term items. And if you don't deliver on those short-term items, you can never get your strategy to be executed. And so that's how, you know, normally I would look at balancing between all the short-term things that are happening in strategy.
Quite interesting and challenging.
Yes.
Good luck in continuous. I think, Adi, you mentioned value creation plan. That was one of the levers, right, in your case. And I would not ask you a question. I will ask Julia, as your
Better,
CFO. What was for you the value creation plan? How it was built? I mean,
well, it was
what made success?
It was built and rebuilt and revised, and we were looking forward and we were looking backward. And I think what was important was that Abris was having an idea. I mean, they were having a business case when they did the acquisition. And then we were buying in for that. As management, we understood what they want, and then our job was to go back home and execute as good as we could. As you know, understanding and knowing how to do, it's a little bit different than really executing when you have an organization behind. So I would say that the nice game was into us understanding what the investor wants and what the company can do now, trying to execute as best as we could, learning from what we see on the ground, going back to the investor, revising what we thought is possible, and then going and reiterating the execution. It's a vision, a plan, and then execution that it's very agile in a way. As Adi was saying, since 7 years ago, nothing is really very, very predictable. Hence, we had the vision and we adjusted and we implemented as good as we could.
Thank you. I've seen the implementation since the acquisition, so it was a good one. So great for that. I think, Bogdan, you mentioned M&A, which is key hard to us as advisors, you know. And you say a platform for growth and inorganic growth, I mean growing by M&A. How worked in your case, and I will invite Anna Maria, who is director of M&A, who was specifically placed herself as being experimenting before in a vendor capacity, yes, assisting a family of founders of a business, selling their business, and then stepping into an M&A capacity to build the new organization and help building the new organization. So, Anna Maria, what role did M&A and buy and build strategy placed in the case of Regina Maria?
Thank you for this question, Cornelia. I have to say that Mid-Europa and us were a match made in heaven in terms of how we strategized our M&A plan, because from the beginning, first of all, they have a lot of experience in healthcare. They have other assets that they owned and they grew and they exited in healthcare in other countries. Second of all, we were very intentional from the beginning that we're going to keep a proportion of organic growth and M&A growth. So we never forecasted, by the way. We never forecasted M&A. So we thought that organic growth has to be strong enough to absorb what we acquire. Second, we were very selective on the M&A targets. So it was very important, the specialty, the county, the patient pathway. We were building a platform and not acquiring EBITDA. That was our mantra, let's say. And second of all, what was most important is that we did not try to create value by M&A itself, but by integration. So we developed, throughout all these years, we developed an M&A machine that will integrate every company that we acquire, because this is how we create value. It took us years to build this capability, but this is how we made it work.
Mm-hmm. Good. And it worked. We've seen it. Good. You are here living proof, some of you are living proof of professional management. And I would ask Dan and also Adrian, How important was to bring a professional CFO and CEO in your business, in your portfolio business? You have living proofs of Julia, and I'm not talking about Daniel, who is also a founder and remained in a capacity of a CEO, experiment a dual hat. But I'm asking Dan and Adrian, how important was it for your businesses, for your
Okay, so it's quite, okay. First of all, let's get back to the basics. Basically, the startups are very early companies, maybe 2 to 3 founders, and then they grow super fast. Everything is so fast, it's a bit crazy. Things are getting out of hand sometimes, and in a creative way, we like to think. And but there needs to be put some order over there early, quite very early. So in many companies in which we are, we prefer to, we actually advise the founders to get a CFO or part-time CFO or at least a financial controller very early. So if we're talking about Druid, we actually had two such waves. One was getting Christina from UiPath, and the chief financial controller in Druid. And later, at the end of 2024, we got Shad. Basically, he joined in early 2025 when we were raising a round, right? Then in the VC, it's very rare that you actually, that some changes are happening at the CEO level though, right? And they happen very, very late if they do in the life of a company. However, in our experience, we had something quite unique. I'm sorry I'm smiling, but maybe it's a bit nervous smiling about it. We have quite some unique experience on this one. The founder and CEO of the company of Druid died on 7th of May last year in the middle of the round, right? So what we had to do was obviously to have a very clear plan put in place, to talk to customers, to talk to providers, to the team, which is the most important thing, to have continuity. In parallel, another track was to close the round, and the round was closed at 31 million, if I'm not missing up the number. And third, which is absolutely clear, it's like, oh, we need a CEO, we need a high caliber CEO to take the company to the next level. And we split the things inside the board of Druid, and some of us basically were hunting for a CEO, and we found Joe, basically. We found Joe, yeah.
So Joe, how were you convinced? Why did you join? How did Dan convince you? Or?
I think it's, well, Dan is fantastic is how that happened. No, it's, partially it's the market. Partially it's the market. I mean, before Dan and team was coming and recruiting me, I was doing a lot of research on my own in terms of what was available in the market. And before coming to Druid, I was actually running another company. It's about 25 times the size of Druid. And it was a public company that had gone private. It's called Sumo Logic, based out of California. And I was in a fortunate enough situation to, as part of my role there, doing some patent work with Anthropic. Okay, so you know, the team over there and the team at Sumo, when I was there, we have some joint patents together that we had done. And it was clear to me, doing this patent, that AI was going to change almost everything that was happening in enterprise software. Okay? And so as part of that, I ended up doing my own research, and I did end up getting about 4 different offers for different companies. And I'm not like a sales CEO, I'm much more of a product strategy, engineering CEO, and so I was able to go and test out all the software that's available, and believe it or not, it wasn't that close. It actually was not that close. It was Druid by far had the most ready platform for servicing enterprises. And so, so that's what ended up convincing me. It's the board is great. It's not that I have any reservations there, but it just tells you how well the product and the team, and like you were saying in terms of the vision of the product when they were first starting, how good of a place it was at, for somebody like me to be able to come in and try to help out.
Thank you. Adrian, how did you think of
I think
doing
that's a kind of question that asks itself. I think it's important to bring professional management. I think we all agree with that. In my experience is that we should expect around 50% success rate at best. So it's just like flipping the coin. So that's something that's not very encouraging, but the reality is somewhere around that. People, it's clear it's critical for achieving the plan, for buying into the vision and really putting things in motion. So it's very important. What worked for us, why it was important in Pehar's case, is that the company was a very, very entrepreneurial company when we bought it. And actually the vision thing with the founder of the business didn't work out. So we had to move into the next stage, buy out the minority partner there, and then start again building that vision, and then the plan, and then the execution. So we are 10 years after that. So it takes some time. That's why people are important. CFO, it's obviously important for a private equity fund. I think that needs no explanation. But what we had, the half full of the glass with Julia here is that she was able to do more than the CFO role and take on, HR, IT, other functions, legal, that are really critical, and they even probably didn't exist or were very, very small when she joined, and she was able to develop those functions. And in the end, I think the result is that you can build the system. So, of course, not only the CFO does that, but I think Julia, and just taking care of the other functions, was able, together with Gabriel, that was running other functions of the company, to build the system. And then if you want to go very far, or if you want to have more sustainable business, you need to have that system. And we, as I said, we were going from an entrepreneurial company where the entrepreneur was the bottleneck, and everything was going through more or less one person, into projects running in the company in a system mode, and that was really, really valuable for us.
Okay. And Julia, just a few words from them. Okay, they convinced you, but how is it like? You are still remaining on board on the new private equity after the phase. What's the challenging part in being CFO of a private equity-backed company?
Well, thank you for the question. I'm already 8 years with Behart. I was coming from a multinational where I was having short, narrow assignments before, and I was very much used to change the job very quickly. So I will confess now that when I joined Behart, I was kind of visualizing myself in the next 5 years. But then when the 5 years were passing, I was like, okay, when did they pass? I think what is very interesting with this type of industry and position is the fact that it's very dynamic. And coming in a company that was entrepreneurial, as Adrian was saying, meant that there were a lot of opportunities. Hence, I was able to design my job. The job didn't really existed as such before, and that allowed me to take over responsibilities that I felt I'm capable of, that I was curious to take over, to build systems, to see how they work. It was actually a very good background where I could have put together everything I learned and I did and I was curious about. So here I am after 8 years, and I don't really have perspectives to change very soon.
Okay, thanks a lot. Let's move to another about growth, internalization, digitalization. So Daniel, you've been there, you are in a new stage of development. What are the most common pitfalls when you go expand internationally? I think Vola has an international business already. You've been working on it and continue the work, but what's the challenging part of it, or what are the pitfalls for people to know when some Romanian base goes internationally or regionally?
Thank you for the question. There's many pitfalls. And in our case, we were a company that was born at the same time in Bucharest and Warsaw, so we kind of expanded, since inception 20 years ago. But I would just maybe point to three pitfalls. I would say that the first one is to not think globally from day one. It doesn't mean that you're going to expand globally eventually. You may want to take it, market by market, or maybe focus on certain regions. But I think it gives you, if you think globally from day one, and then you build the product to be global from day one, it just leaves you all the opportunities on the table. So you're not boxing yourself into anything that you don't want to be boxed in later on. So I would say this is the first one to keep in mind. Just think global, day one. And the second pitfall, I think, is closely related to this one. When you talk about, for example, Europe, and I am, bear in mind, coming from digital services, B2C, so I'm talking from this kind of perspective. So when you look at Europe, the differences between consumers are very little. So it's kind of counterintuitive, and we also kind of didn't believe it in the beginning. We said that we need to design certain products for the Polish market, where we have a big presence, and a different product for the Romanian market. And then we started to A/B test, and everything came back. All the data told us that those markets would react the same to whatever we built. And then we tried, other markets. We went to Bulgaria, and now we're going to go to Spain. And I think basically, even if there are certain nuances that are very specific to some markets, kind of cater to those nuances has no ROI, basically. So you might just, forget about that. Just build a good product that works for your market. It's going to work on large portions of the world. Now, going to China probably is a different proposition, but Europe is big enough. So yeah, think about Europe as Europe, not individual countries. And the third pitfall is to believe that you can expand on a new market using the same recipe that you had for many years. And we found out about this the hard way, obviously. So we kind of went with our playbook initially. And then we discovered that the realities of, SEM, PPC in a large, mature market is drastically different than what we had in other markets. So I think you have to be you need to have a good product for like a global good product, but when it comes to distribution and marketing, you have to cater to those markets. You have to find the recipe that's going to have ROIs, that it's not going to, incinerate your cash flow, basically. So I think that's the third one and the most recent one in our case, to be honest.
Thank you, Daniel. Good to know for anybody who's thinking. Let's move to, so Druid is Druid AI, right? When it comes to AI, Joe, you said AI and digitalization have not much changed your investment. It's embedded in your investment strategy. So how does it work on your operating playbook, and how is much AI and digitalization important and critical for the growth of the business and convincing investors to continue their seeds investment?
Yeah, I had mentioned that, I was running another company that was a traditional, SaaS company before jumping over. And it has a lot to do with the realization that I had when I was running that other company, and why this is going to be so different in reality. And so fundamentally, when you look at kind of two things, one being, when you think about writing and providing existing services, like in software, and how you buy existing services in software, everything that you do is to build a very deterministic thing. So if you build a website, if you build a Java application or a .NET application, whatever you click on, 100% the next step that you're going to go do, okay? But something completely changed with, and I talk about it November 2022, like a very specific date with ChatGPT, where now things don't have to work that way. It doesn't have to be completely deterministic. It's now non-deterministic technology, okay? And so instead of now, for a lot of folks building an application and trying to use AI, which is where most people are right now, the jump that is now starting to happen, especially with our customers and the way that we look at using software, is not building deterministic technology. It is, how do we build a small person in technology and then very rapidly train that person to go do a job and achieve a goal, okay? And what we're finding, and this is beyond, there's a lot of stuff around coding and things like that. Beyond even that space, what we're finding is that a lot of this stuff can work that way, in a non-deterministic way, okay? And so, and it's interesting timing that I'm here and you're asking that question, because just yesterday, actually, we took the 15 months of data that we have of real AI stuff that's been deployed in production, okay, across 300 enterprises, across hundreds and hundreds of these agents. And we were able to dole down what are the things that people are using to get value right now, actual ROI right now, and where are the areas where it's completely not working, okay? And so across at least the verticals that we're in, internally within IT, finance, HR is kind of one. And then across healthcare, higher education, retail, and BFSI, which is the other verticals that we're playing in, there's a report out there right now you can go download and look to see how far things are at right now, okay? And so it's a tremendous amount where you can, if you change the paradigm of the way that you're thinking about deploying technology, where you get immense amount of ROI in certain spaces.
Thank you, Joe. Let's move to successful exits. So Adrian, you've completed, and Bogdan, you've completed some. So a question to both of you. What does a successful exit looks like today in whether Romanian environment or CE per se, because you are operating not only in Romania but on a CE playground. So how does it look successful? What does it mean?
Yeah, I think the obvious indicators are not something that I kind of want to explain. I think everybody knows them and expects that. We got them, but after 10 years, so that's a longer ride than what we expected at the beginning. It's a very long ride, 10 years. It seems like, letting the child go to university. So I won't describe that. I think for us, successful means that we took a company that was kind of dependent on one person, and then we created a system there. We took a company that was doing mostly industrial products and is now mostly doing consumer products, and I think after a long period of time that initial investment thesis was proven in the results, and the buyers appreciated that. But maybe the most important part, and it's somehow linked, I guess, to the topic of the panel, is that we are actually made the management team that works, as I said, and we are happy together as a system, but in the meantime they also became meaningful shareholders of the business following our transaction, and with the, of course, with the new investor that's now having the majority stake, but management being a minority investor in the company. I honestly cannot be more happy about that, and I think we kind of helped around with this thing, and it's good to see a bit of a reverse, so people not selling to private equity, but also kind of becoming shareholders from the management position. So yeah, for me that's quite important.
Thank you. Bogdan?
From what we see, exit dynamics have changed significantly in the last 2-3 years. And this is true not only for Central Eastern CE or Romania, this is actually true also for at least Western Europe or Europe as a whole. For example, nowadays the dynamic in Western Europe is that we have a relatively large number of players chasing relatively low number of star assets, if I can call them like that. And then the non-stellar assets are, harder to sell these days. Well, in Romania, we see that even the stellar assets or the star assets are not attracting as high competition as it used to be in the past. And I mentioned Romania, but this is maybe true across the entire region. Therefore, what a successful exit means today is quite different versus what it meant in the past, let's say after the COVID boom or the post-COVID boom. Meaning a successful exit today is not only about maximizing, getting the best price very quickly in a highly competitive auction. The successful exit today means actually getting the certainty, having the liquidity, grooming a small number of motivated buyers to be there and try to create some competitive tension around them. And this is quite a big change in the dynamics. And we've seen it, again, both on the buy side and on the sell side in the processes in the last couple of years. One more thing to mention is there is a mixed effect from strategics. On one hand, you have strategics who are doubling down on Romania and Central Eastern Europe as a whole. We've seen it with Regina Maria, Mehilainen, Profi, Ahold Delhaize, Cargus, same day. So all our exits in Romania have been driven by strategics. But on the other hand, an equal number of strategics, or maybe even higher number of strategics, are actually more hesitant to double down on Romania on the CE. So this could create a potential gap in the buyer universe for the assets of private equity and for entrepreneurs as well. And this gap could be filled by the growing private equity community in Romania and the CE. And it could also be filled by the stock exchange, the capital markets. In Romania, we haven't seen it yet, but if we look at Poland, there were a lot of PE-backed companies exiting via IPOs as early as 2000s. There were dozens of such companies, very successful stories. In Romania, we barely had any. I cannot count which PE listed their companies on the stock exchange. And the dynamic is there. If you look at the market, it's quite attractive. There's demand now, clearly, from various institutional investors. And even us, when we are looking to exit, Profi or Regina Maria, we actually looked at the stock exchange as a very credible option. Ultimately, we didn't decide to pull the trigger in this direction. Again, given let's say, the certainty and the liquidity that argument that I was making, we had already very good offers on the table from strategics, which were more, let's say, you could feel them much more clearly than an IPO, which would take several years to exit our 100% stake, or close to 100% stake that we had in those companies. On the other hand, in Poland, with Diagnostica, we had a significant minority, so we could actually do an exit in one round, in one go, and that was very attractive for us, and we managed to get the full liquidity up front, and it was a very successful IPO, not only for us, but for all the parties involved in it, for the new investors as well. So I think definitely want to look more at the stock exchange and the capital markets as a potential way of achieving a successful IPO, especially for the large companies that we have in Romania.
Thank you, Bogdan. Daniel, a question for you. We are less than 10 minutes to go, so I'm sure you are hungry. So we'll get close to a successful end of the session. But before we go, one question is particular. What advice would you give to a founder which is considering for the first time either a PE private equity or a VC money for the first time? What would be from thinking backwards and now experimenting?
And how many minutes we have? Is it just, I'm just kidding.
2-3 minutes?
The advice would be, so basically, just a little bit of background of us and myself. So we were part of 3 transactions. The first one was roughly 20 years ago. It was kind of the angel investor who just gave us some cash, and we just wrote on a paper, trust us, you know, it's going to be fine. And that was the plan. So that was the first one. Then we had, in 2015, we had the transaction with 3TS. I think they are here.
They've seen me, hi.
And then in the run-up to the transaction with resource partners, we actually had kind of a failed transaction because the COVID came. So we are about to actually exit the company to a large strategic, and then just a month before we went to sign, the lockdown came, and then we were fighting for survival, basically. So we went through these kind of stages from seed to PE. And there's only one, I think, valid advice. I know it's difficult to kind of follow this advice because sometimes, founders are pressed for cash, so they will have kind of short runway, and then sometimes that trumps any other consideration. But if there's one thing that we learned from these 3 transactions is that you actually need to like and have chemistry with the people that invest in you. It doesn't matter if they will invest 100,000 euros or 20 million euros. These people will be your partners, they will be your shareholders, sometimes they will be your majority shareholders, and they will have a large position and a lot of sway in the company. So I think that's the only way, for eventually the exit to be beneficial to all parties. And again, I know it's sometimes it's difficult, and we didn't always take this advice, but it's hindsight, is really good. And yeah, I think you should really for example, like a VC company, probably the bet will be more on the team than on the business plan, which most likely is gonna change. I think Dan was saying that 60% of these plans will change and companies will pivot. And I think you should take the same approach. So you should look at the team that's doing the investment and say, do I believe in these people? And if the answer is yes, you should do it. And then sometimes, and it's gonna sound weird, but sometimes it's probably even more important than the valuation of the company. So yeah, that would be. Okay. But I can go for another 30 minutes if you want.
Yeah, we have 4 minutes left, so very quick shotgun for a final question for all of the. So what, in your views, Dan, Adrian, Bogdan, Miruna, as representatives of this community, are the biggest opportunities for growth for the entrepreneurial company in Romania, since you are here to fuel that growth? So who wants to start? And we only have 4 minutes.
I can start then. Oh, you want to go? Okay, I'll go then. If I like a lot that question. I think that's quite important for the ecosystem, for the private equity ecosystem and for the entrepreneurial ecosystem in the region. I think for years, Romanian companies were very much inward-looking, with some exceptions. Obviously, I think that not everybody was the same. For obvious reasons, there were a lot of issues internally that they need a lot of bullets to dodge from regulation, political swings and so on, although it seems it's coming back now, that they weren't really able to look outside. And I think in the last few years, Romanian companies are looking outside, with extremes like Druid and other companies and Vola looking very wide, but also traditional private equity type of investments that realize that they can go out and they can go out in the region around Romania, and I think that was very very important. And from our own experience, so we have few companies that have done that. It worked well for us, so I'm probably also a little bit biased here, but I think it's possible, and we've seen it after, in hindsight. The biggest barrier was mental. I think management, they thought and they were looking at the Bulgarian market and they would think, oh, Bulgarians are really different culturally, it's very difficult to work with them, and you go there and it turns out they are exactly like us, and they are not very different, and people respond to incentive, they respond to respect. So I think that worked out. And I think in general for the ecosystem, it's an opportunity that we have because we should be aware that Romania is few times larger than the countries around us, like Hungary, Bulgaria, Serbia, and others. And the leader in one of the industries that we invest in is 2-3 times larger than the one in Bulgaria. So naturally, we have that advantage. So it's given to us, so it's not necessarily earned, so it's given by the size that we are in. And I think now we have to build the management ability and the right ambition to be able to execute on that, to go there, finance the project, be credible to the banks, because banks are financing good projects. Another advantage that we have. So thank you, banks, for that. So I think we have that opportunity. It's just up to us to really be able to do it and convince people to move in one direction. And I wish we see more of that in the coming years, and probably we will see.
Okay, thank you. Next one, Bogdan or Dan? Miruna?
Okay. I was about to capitalize on that answer and say that there's also an opportunity to still get inspired by very successful exits and also very successful champion stories. So I think the market still has some white space, which can serve as the playground to develop the new local, regional, even global champion. And I think with the visibility and with the founder stories that are being brought to everyone's attention, and also with the instruments that are available on the market, not to market ourselves as private equity investors, but also other available capital sources, I think there's a very tangible opportunity to make that happen if you're an ambitious founder looking to grow.
Thank you.
If I can add an angle from somebody that is both investor but also very close to technology. Joe keeps on telling us, like in US, AI is a reality, we are here, while in Europe we are still thinking, right? We're still thinking. So if I have anything to say about the private equity and more important about the need to increase the bottom line, to develop the companies faster, so it's about the portfolio companies, it's like, well, it should be accelerating the adoption of AI. Not just try and play with ChatGPT or the whatever latest flavor is of the month, but actually implement projects that actually build up coworkers and add profitability to the companies in the portfolio of this industry.
Bogdan?
I fully agree. I think international regional expansion is probably the biggest opportunity. If I look at the region and the region of CE, Polish companies, is the biggest market. They feel like they could go anywhere. Other markets, let's pick Slovakia, they are quite a small market, so they feel from day one that they need to go abroad. Whereas Romanian companies are somewhere in between. And we have a big enough market to be comfortable in here, but not that big to only live from what we can do here. From what we see, there's a lot or increasing number of Romanian companies which are now the largest of their kind in CE and who have the capabilities to do such an expansion. Maybe they just need a bit of encouragement, and us as private equity sponsors, that's what we're here to do.
Can I give an operator point of view before lunch?
Please. Before we,
because we heard from the VC and the private equity people, but not the operator side on this. I mean, the thing I would say is one thing is, from a founder or from a CEO point of view is don't wait. When you look at the next 3 years, don't wait. Because, when you run, a few companies or when you've invested in companies or you're giving feedback, one of the things that you realize over time is the market doesn't wait for you. The market dynamic will not wait for you. So if the market's in a certain spot and you have a good product market fit or an idea, you have to move as fast as possible. Because the market, what it is right now, won't be the same as it is next year. It's going to move, okay? So if there is something that you feel like that you need to go start and go do, I would do it as quickly as possible. And then find the right partners, either from a venture point of view or from a private equity point of view, that's gonna be on the same page as you. So like whenever Adrian's talking, I'm sitting here nodding because it's resonating with how I think about it as a CEO is, what you need is the vision and the direction of what you think will be able to have the product market fit. The way I think about when you talk about process, like these are the processes and these are sort of the playbooks that you put in place, that's actually the strategy. Strategy isn't the vision. Because I can tell you in AI what it will look like 12 months from now, okay? That's not the strategy, and it took me a really long time to figure that out. The strategy is, how do you always know what's gonna happen 12 months from now? How do you always know what your financial situation is gonna be 12 months from now? Not guessing because you have some wild idea in terms of what that's going to look like. So that would be my biggest thing is, the market is wide open. I'm in Romania. I ran a California company before I came here. The solution wasn't available in California, or I'll be running a company in California, not running a company that is based out of Romania. So the opportunity is there in our space right now.
So get courageous and get up a partner. Take a partner from whether it's a private equity or a VC. Thank you so much for your valuable insights, all of them. Been nice, good insight. And please, let's go to lunch. How much? 1 hour lunch? No. 40 minutes lunch, you are allowed to.
We will have the benefit of lunch. I would kindly like to ask you to reconvene at within max 45 minutes. I really started to like our conference, so please stay even for the second part of the day for the other two panels we prepared. Thank you. And we aim to, during these next two conversations, to look much more in much more details into the M&A markets, into transaction, into what is hot now on the acquisition market. Thank you for staying with us throughout the day. So we can start now. Our next panel is managed, moderated, and supported by one of our sponsors, Stratulat Albulescu. I invite Silviu on the stage to lead the discussion. We have secured international presence in this panel as well, but I will let Silviu introduce his panel members. So please welcome on the stage.
Thank you, Daniela. Thank you to everyone who stayed after lunch. First of all, I'd like to thank Daniela for accommodating the idea around this panel. This panel is supposed to, or this discussion is actually supposed to have a practical angle, because so many of you spoke about exits and how you like to sell your companies and your portfolios. And of course, I think every one of you, and including ourselves as service providers, we love American buyers and American clients. And we love them because, as much as we would like to think of ourselves, especially in Europe, but also in Romania, as a sophisticated and evolved M&A market, we're not nearly as sophisticated, evolved, and of course dynamic as the American M&A market. I think all of us in emerging Europe want to tap in and look with a certain degree of admiration, and of course, and would like to tap in the American market and be there. That being said, we put together an interesting panel. I'd like to start by introducing and inviting on stage Ian Griffith. Ian is someone. First of all, let me say that Ian traveled all the way from New York, especially to be part of this panel and accommodate the discussions here. And we're very grateful to him for basically taking the time and traveling halfway around the world just to try to share his experience in working and managing an M&A deal in Romania. Ian and we worked together on that deal 2 years ago, and I was actually impressed on the way that he dealt with various topics and elements that would be normally actually considered very different culturally and, of course, from a practical perspective. Ian is currently the Vice President of Corporate Development at 903 Group, but he was previously at Kiteworks, a U.S. cybersecurity unicorn. And as part of his role with Kiteworks, he has coordinated 6 European acquisitions within a very short span of time in the United Kingdom, Switzerland, Germany, the Netherlands, and in Romania. He's previous to Kiteworks, he was a TMT M&A specialist for 8 years with PwC New York. The second member of our distinguished panel is Maurice Gena, who I've known for many, many years. For many of you, Maurice needs no introduction. He is a venture capital pioneer in Romania and region, first venture capital fund, second generation venture capital fund in the country, and of course a former serial entrepreneur, business angel, and socially involved entrepreneurship educator. He's done and completed many successful investments and exits from dozens of local and Central and Eastern European investments, including to and with US investors or buyers. We thank him for his participation today. The fourth and last member of our panel is Sever Totia. He is a partner. He's the U.S. partner and head of the U.S. office of 3TS Capital Partners. 20-year investment experience across 3 firms, 8 funds. He backed more than 30 companies, 3 IPOs, and 15 plus M&As. Before investing, he had a real job in a fintech analytics company, which exited to Thomson Reuters, which Andre Morphosis Capital knows very well, actually. So this being said, I'm going to take a seat next to you. So just to be... Yeah. So I'm just going to start by asking Ian to share, in a nutshell, his experience in managing the acquisition in Romania. By the way, it's all in the public domain. Kiteworks acquired a business called 123 Forms, based out of Timișoara, and one of the sellers was actually Catalyst, Marius's fund. And Marius has been involved in that deal. On the other side, we acted for Kiteworks, and it all went really well, but we'd like to hear your experience and how you think basically the cultural differences, or if there were any cultural differences, played out in the overall sort of transaction.
Absolutely, thank you. And in terms of the experience, I would say very painful, very painful. No, it was actually very smooth. It's always about 10 times easier when you're working with just good people, good counterparties that don't overcomplicate things. So honestly, in retrospect, it was probably the smoothest of the acquisitions I led. But there's absolutely cultural differences and differences in expectations when you go into these things. And I think it was an asset to me that I had done other deals, other acquisitions from European companies previously, and I had a bit of a sense of what some of those differences are. Among them, the nature of risk allocation expectations, disclosure treatment, and mechanics. That's a bit in the weeds, but just how clean an exit sellers expect in terms of being able to walk away with no indemnities, no strings attached, right? That's one of the big, I think, differentiators between the U.S. and European markets.
Thank you, Ian. I was talking to Virgil Kitsu on the break, and he said that all of us born in the 80s still refer to pricing in Romania in millions, so we're all millionaires. So for all of us who were born in the 80s, I think we remember our grandparents, at least my grandparents, were really looking forward to the Americans coming to Romania. I don't know if you know that it's a running joke about basically the Second World War. Romanians were waiting for the Americans to arrive, they never did. I want to ask Marius if they did come in the end, or if they're here, and to what extent he thinks that basically the Americans are present in the M&A ecosystem, or will be more present or more visible in the years to come.
Well, first of all, I think it's quite serendipitous to be here in this context, and there are a lot of things where I can relate to all of the other colleagues in the panel, including this transaction where Kiteworks acquired 100% of 123 Form Builder from Timișoara. And in terms of the Americans coming over, I think what we need to do is to take a more proactive attitude and stance towards US investors. We have done that in a number of occasions, and more often than not, we were successful into attracting interest from US investors, US buyers, particularly when it came to exits. Conversely, we also were involved and are involved in transactions where the initial investments are done in US entities, structured as investments, obviously here for the operating companies, but then moving the equity shareholding into a parent company, as we should, or follow-on investments in bigger round, which in some cases were led by US VC investors or other types of investors. So we did that, and I think, and then Sever will take it from there, the fact that we are working in a larger network of fund managers, indeed from Central and Eastern Europe, but also with some boots on the ground in the US even, because Sever, as 3DS Capital Partners representative here, is also working closely with Catalyst on Romanian and regional investments. He's leading some of the investments that Catalyst is doing, for instance, Hunch in Serbia, so not only in Romania, but also in the Western Balkans and more in Central and Eastern Europe. And it's actually excellent to have this kind of a connection because it really helps bridging cultures, mentalities, people. Honestly, Sever is like a human Rolodex. Whenever you want to get in touch with someone, you talk to Sever and he will connect you to somebody relevant in the US, in your specific vertical, in a specific corporation, and so on, which is excellent because there is this 6 degrees of separation, right? And with Sever, we only have 2 degrees of separation all the way across
the Kevin
the
Bacon of venture.
Yeah, and I think that's very important. And so my advice, if you don't have something like that, someone like that, you should create your type of network. And some of these fund management networks work better than others. Of course, they have to have some sort of common ground and some incentives to work together. For instance, in our case, 3DS Capital Partners, 03, 3DS Capital Partners is based in Vienna, 03 is based in Budapest, we as Catalyst are based in Bucharest. Together, we are actually also working in the sort of more fund operations level, Luxembourg, because most of our funds are domiciled in Luxembourg. So we share the cost, we share the expertise, which is in itself a good incentive to work together, even though we are separate fund managers and independent in our decision-making process. And in terms of what I have noticed with US type of transactions that we have done, one, there is still a lot of, or there are still a lot of apprehensions about jurisdictions here. And in the case of 123, it was great that it was a simple equity transaction, but in some other cases, we had to go back to an APA because US buyers said, okay, it might be complicated to do it as an equity transaction. It's the same valuation, the same clauses, the same reps and warranties, the same agreement, but we'll do it as an asset purchase agreement. And we did it once, and it went very well, but then at the tail end, we discovered that the cost to dispose of the remaining asset, which was just an empty shell, was huge. And it included some fines and some litigations because of taxes and other things. So next time around, we'll be very careful when and if to accept an asset purchase agreement instead of an equity transaction, because then you are left with the shell, and there might be some things that are costly there and will come out of the pockets of the founders and the investors, basically.
Thank you. Sever, what is still the perception of Romania, if any, among certain people in the United States? I mean, I spent a great deal of time, almost 8 years actually there, and I remember actually when I spoke to people, not in New York or Los Angeles necessarily, or the main cities, but if you go outside those cities, even in major cities like Dallas or Austin, they would place Romania somewhere between Kazakhstan, India, and China. And I mean, there's absolutely no blame, and you should not, dramatize over this, because basically I don't know how many of you could point out where Ohio is on a map, or any other, actually, or you could, but definitely, or any other less known state out of the 51 states of the United States. But what is the perception of Romania, and how do American investors perceive actually Romanian companies? And I will, I'm asking you this, but I want to hear Ian's input on and answer on this question right after yours. So.
Okay. Sure. So first of all, thanks for organizing this. It's a great event, and appreciate the invitation to the panel. So to your specific question, certainly in the United States, Romania is part of Europe. But importantly, it's part of Central and Eastern Europe, where there's a sense of that there's this engineering Europe, as we call it actually, where there's an enormous amount of innovation going on, a lot of technical capabilities, a lot of solid delivery of products and software over over a long period of time. That's kind of a known, almost a known given fact for the, let's say, the strategic buyers and private equity investors that we deal with. And that goes a long way, because that's kind of a given. Now, whether they can point out on a map or whether they understand it's a different country separate from Armenia or separate from Kazakhstan or whatever, that's a different issue. But they understand that there's a long track record of many, many decades of engineering talent here, in Armenia specifically. And some of the buyers, strategic buyers and investors, understand that there's, let's say, genealogy trees of strengths from Armenia. Like what? Security, systems management, storage, mobility. There's the industries that kind of developed here over many, many years play an important role. The other reality, tied back to the other point that you raised earlier, 67% of global M&A is driven by US buyers, whether that's strategics or private equity, 67%. So that you have to be present as a country, as a association like ROPEA, as investors locally, and ultimately the companies. You've got to be present and on the stage.
Ian, you want to pick up on the question?
Yeah, completely agree in terms of, I think you said engineering Europe. I think the first reaction that most Americans would have, even if they can't place Romania on a map, it's sort of well known that you have Bulgarian, Romanian, what have you, external R&D centers are very, very common in U.S. companies. So I think the talent and ability of the people is known. There may be some sort of lagging negative association in terms of, people have this image, I think, of like the ex-Soviet bloc is still very corrupt and all this, and I think some perceptions are sort of lagging behind reality by 10, 20 plus years in some cases, but I can't, speak for everyone. So I think, the more you can build these networks and sort of proactively be part of the conversation, obviously, the better it is. And the other, in terms of overall perception, I'd say the other thing that comes to mind for anyone who follows M&A is value. It's well known that you can find fantastic companies that are just priced in a far more sane way than the same asset would be in the U.S., and that's what's going to drive that's what drove the interest for us at Kiteworks. Candidly speaking, we didn't have any specific geographic bias towards Europe. We were just looking for good companies at good prices, and every single one that I ended up closing ended up being in Europe and not the US, because that's where we found the value.
Thanks.
And if I may, there is a simple explanation for this valuation or cost differential, which is that for some reason European companies, and particularly East European companies, seem to go further along the product development and go-to-market with less investment than the U.S. VC-backed companies. And if the differential is 2-to-1 or 3-to-1, in some cases even more, this ties into a good return for the founders and for the VC investors in Eastern Europe, even at lower multiples than for the U.S.
Sever, how much convergence do you see between sort of the Romanian and U.S. transaction practices, and maybe that's a question to Marius as well, because he's been involved in a lot of deals that involve the American element, whether that was the location of the holding company, the investor, or the buyer. But I'm asking from your perspective, do you see a lot of convergence in transactions, or the way they practice around transactions, or
Yeah,
approach?
I would say there is convergence, although it's not probably as tight as we would all want it to be. There's still dramatic differences in key areas that you guys as a law firm understand really, really well. But certainly there's convergence in terms of understandings about classes of shares, about how ESOPs should work and should convert, how things like warrants exist and don't exist, clawbacks, earnouts, all those types of reps and warranties, et cetera. There is convergence, and it's a good thing. I think it's really an evolution and a learning curve that markets that are younger, need to have, right? So, I mean, frankly, the only advantage the U.S. has, and all the things we talk about around private equity and venture, is time. The U.S. just started earlier on this, in the 60s, let's say, right? And so it has a 20, 30, 40-year advantage versus countries that started on this path. So it's a learning curve issue. It's not anything else other than that.
Marius?
I think it's also structural, and it's structural in a few key areas. For instance, on the one hand, the U.S. buyers typically, as I explained with this APA transaction that I was referring to, with a large U.S. unicorn way before the Kiteworks transaction with 123, it looks like, in terms of the practice of the transactions, the U.S. buyers just want to eliminate any kind of risk from the get-go. And this puts a lot of pressure on, particularly on founders, in founder-led companies, early stages like we are investing in, because the founders, on the one hand, in honesty, would like to take all responsibilities, but they don't understand what those responsibilities are. And when somebody comes and even throws in things like sandbagging, then, and this is a fundamental difference from Europe to the US, as are the disclosure schedules, because in Europe we have this system that works in the sense that the buyer is doing their thorough due diligence and gets all the information, and then that's that. Of course, there's the reps and warranties, there is indemnities and all that, but to come way after the transaction, knowing of a problem from due diligence and disclosed by the founder and ask for compensations later on seems unfair for the founder. So this is one of the areas where I think the convergence is not there yet, and we still have to sort of work with the founders. In the case of 123, for instance, and Ian put it very well, it was a very smooth transaction, but it was a smooth transaction because of, I would say, a couple of things. One, Florian is a great founder, is an extraordinary guy, and he just said, Marius, I will take all the liabilities on me. I don't want you or Catalyst to have anything, and even he took our holdback, whatever escrow. So we basically walked away with all the money from the initial transaction, and then he took it over, knowing that there is nothing wrong, and indeed everything was paid to the cent. When the time came, I think it was a 2-year lapse period, and everything was fine. But again, if it were for another founder, a more, how should I say, a more careful or a more pessimistic founder, in the sense of what if there is something wrong and I don't know about it, things wouldn't have gone so well. And I think that might have been a solid case of a deal breaker if another founder said, no, I don't want to take those responsibilities, because us as VC investors, there was another VC investor with us, 212 Capital, we led the investment, and us would have also said that we cannot take those responsibilities. So this is one of the areas where I think, I'm not sure I'm talking about convergence now, but there are different practices, and you can see that.
Yeah, let me add something to what Mario said, which is that, first of all, I think the example you gave is more of a one-off than a standard with U.S. buyers, frankly. But the other side, the other kind of structural issue that you have to, there's a lot of complexity in Europe, including in Romania, related to how companies are structured, what the rules are, et cetera, et cetera. In the U.S., for better or for worse, there's just less complexity, right? And I think that's actually a function of maturity. because they've been, a lot of things have tried and failed, but in the U.S. has gone to a point where things are very streamlined because of the volumes and the history. So I would try to take some lessons from there and apply them in Europe and in Romania to try to streamline things. That is happening to some extent, but again, it'll take some more time.
And also, very quickly, hopefully there is no big convergence in terms of legal fees, because, I mean, another recent transaction, we were just, numb when we saw the legal fees, because we needed to hire lawyers in the
none whatsoever,
in the US,
actually.
And
no convergence whatsoever. Let me tell you that. I mean, it's painful, but I have to admit, no convergence, 0.
Is that a promise? Here, public.
No, absolutely no convergence in Poland either. But Romania is, at the bottom somewhere.
And having had these experiences, I can say that legal advisors here are top notch. I mean, you cannot reproach a thing. The only thing is they cannot do foreign jurisdictions, so they need to get partner lawyers from US or from whatever jurisdiction we are dealing in.
Yeah, and just to riff on our war story, I think it's an example of where if we had hit a full deadlock there, and I say this with, I'll own up to the fact that we were not looking for an RWI deal, and there wasn't a lot of appetite for it, on our side at the time. But if it had been necessary, like really necessary to get it done, I think we would have done it. And that is one area where I do see a shift in strategic buyer, at least, perceptions in the US is getting more comfortable with just fully insured, RWI deals as a very effective vehicle to bridge the gap in these conversations where there's just a fundamental difference in expectations. Now, that's not going to be a silver bullet in cases where there are discovered issues in diligence and you need specific indemnities, so it doesn't solve all your problems necessarily, but it can make things a lot simpler, I think. And
more comfort.
Half of M&A deals in the US and in Western Europe are now with rep and warranty insurance. And in our fund, 70% of the last, let's say 5 out of 7 exits have had insurance.
With US buyers?
No, not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
No.
Because in our
with
case,
European buyers as well.
With European buyers, but we usually didn't have RWI.
Yeah, and the premiums are trending down, continuing to trend down, to my understanding. Retentions tend to be quite low, so there's always a discussion about who's going to, how you're going to divvy up the bill for that, who should be footing the bill, what have you. But it tends to actually be a pretty small quantum compared to what you're looking at for the total transaction.
We've seen it at 1% or less of the amount insured.
I want to go into a very, very specific topic. I mean, I know we debated this very specific topic of disclosures in W&I insurance. I want to approach another very specific topic, which is it's an issue for all U.S. investors in relation to European investment, and that is labor, employment laws, regulations around employment, regulations about redundancies, and two-pay arrangements and everything like that. And it's a big headache for a country that's at the forefront of all economies around the world and still has, or basically it's probably one of the prerequisites of that, has a free labor market. What is your perception when you hear, I don't know, when did you hear first about basically there's so much regulation and there's so many issues around labor and severances and severance payments, and you could even fire someone and have him 2 years later have to reintegrate actually the person in the. What was your impression in first? I don't know if the first sort of time you've ran into this was in relation to the Romanian deal, most likely not, or previously, but what is your general take on how I think Europe makes things more difficult than easier?
Yeah, a few points on that. One, it definitely helped that this wasn't the first European deal that I'd done, because every European jurisdiction where I've done a deal, there's some new, unique wrinkle. There's a lot that's similar, and then there's going to be some new thing, which is like, I'm like, oh, that's kind of weird. I got to figure out what that is, and there's a reason for it, but every country finds their own way of doing these things. But it helped that I had sort of been through very similar processes before. And I think it also helped to have good counsel to explain these things, because it's really, like, I'm not qualified to assess the risk of a, employment dispute down the road, what the, quantifying what the risk actually is with some of these things that just happen more regularly in European jurisdictions. But ultimately, every jurisdiction, including the U.S., has some weird stuff around labor, and you just have to figure it out. It's just U.S. buyers are used to the weird stuff that we have in the U.S., so it doesn't seem as weird to us. So I don't think that anyone who looks at it with a clear head is going to think of it as a real structural issue unless there is some bona fide risk baked in, like ongoing litigation perhaps, or something like that you'd have to look at closer. But I don't see it as a structural issue at all. And I think having good buy-side advisors to help explain how to prepare for these things and be equipped is very necessary.
Yeah,
Sever.
I would say that, so first of all, I think complexity is a disadvantage, period. So, if you can remove complexities, that helps a lot, because it's a disadvantage. So investors and buyers will try to avoid countries where there's complexity, by definition, right? So we have in our own portfolio, companies, when we look at an acquisition, for example, we might stay away from a country where we know it's going to be ultra complex, like the Netherlands, let's say. No offense to the Dutch. But
it's true.
Yeah. And so again, this is more of a comment about maturity, and over time, I think maybe complexity is reduced, and things become easier because but at the same time, I don't think it's ever been a full. Once there's a commitment to make an investment or an M&A transaction, I don't think it's ever really become a full showstopper at the very end of the transaction, right? People figure it out. The other thing is, one more point here, both the technology advantage that the target investment or acquisition will bring, as well as the cost advantage, because that's the other thing. Those two in combination usually tip the scales in favor of doing the deal, despite the complexities around labor.
I just wanted to add that since, as of Saturday, we prefer Luxembourg over Netherlands, just because the Eurovision, they voted. They gave us all the votes, so if it's between the Netherlands and Luxembourg, we do prefer Luxembourg. Marius, I wanted to ask you, what do Romanian founders or European founders expect when dealing with generally an M&A transaction and with an American buyer? And how do you think basically that expectations to that extent are different, from what, Romanian founders? I mean, I know you teach a course to entrepreneurs from all over Romania, and you try to help them and guide them through preparing their company for a sale. And
Moldova,
and Moldova as well, exactly. So you learn firsthand, basically the expectations and what how they feel about basically exiting, and what they think the approach should be, other than you just give me the money, and I go away with a pile of money. So.
Yeah. First, I would like to also bring in a bit of my own experience in terms of human resources and how the complexity of the labor contracts and similar things is dealt with by, or should be dealt with by, U.S. investors. We had this transaction a few years back, VectorWatch, first Romanian, East European smartwatch technology. We sold it to Fitbit, the U.S. unicorn, then Fitbit sold it to Google, so through the back door, we made a sale to Google, and of our technology. And what they did was they basically took all the employees and rehired them on the newly incorporated Romanian company, so that they didn't keep any of the legacies related to the personnel, to the HR contracts. So that's one solution that only takes a good HR consultant, and now you can do it easy with AI basically. And not only they hired all of our 60 employees at the time, 60, they reached 600 at the peak Bucharest and Romanian center was meant for all their activities in Eurasia, in EMEA, let's put it this way, a large geography for them, because they realized that they have a solid base in Bucharest and Romania, and they understood the cost differential particularly versus West Coast versus San Francisco, where they were headquartered at that time. So it really, as Sever has put it, it really pays off handsomely to deal with those complexities. And the other thing that is an advantage for our type of investment, which usually is in small early stage companies, is that they have a limited number of employees. They are not unionized, so you don't have this kind of labor complexities coming from unions like you have in larger, for instance, BPO or IT services companies where you have hundreds of employees, which by law should be unionized. Coming to your question about founders, I think a lot of the tech Romanian founders, if not all of them, have this big dream about, selling to a large U.S. strategic. Hopefully, one of the few big techs that are there, or at least the Magnificent Seven. And in reality, very few of them ever make it there. And to be honest, what we have done successfully was rather to take the founders and these companies into small unicorns, if I can call them like that, companies in the US valued a couple of $1 billion, for which an acquisition like the ones that we proposed made sense. For the really big companies, probably doesn't make sense. So that kind of a dream, that kind of an expectation from founders is unrealistic in my opinion. And again, because everybody talks about unicorns, our strategy as an investor is not unicorns, is to deliver solid companies that then from a valuation of a few millions or in the range of 10, 20 million initially, go to 100 million or 100 million plus euros or dollars, and that's already a very good journey for us, for the founders. Plus, in terms of us, we deliver good returns for our investors and we build our next generation funds. For the founders, in most cases, like it happens in 123, like it happened in Fitbit, like it happened in other transactions that we have done with American companies, they go into the corporate, they climb the corporate ladder to a VP position or join the M&A team or do some things that for them represent something that they actually wished to do. Some of them are very happy in doing that for a long time. Some others come back and start the next thing, the next startup. The example of Andrei from Fitbit, Vector, selling to Fitbit. He went to San Francisco for a while, did some great things there, but then he came back and said, no, I want to be here and be an entrepreneur. Now he started another venture as an entrepreneur.
Good. And Ian, a related question. What surprised you about European founders, and of course in particular Romanian founders, if anything, and how did you find interaction to be different than the one you would normally have with an American founder or with an American investor that has been or part of the sort of founding members?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I think anywhere you're going to get sort of a range of personalities, maybe a few different archetypes of founders that are just universal human personalities, right? So it's definitely not the same everywhere. The one Romanian founder I've dealt with, as Marius was saying, is just a great guy, just a good guy all around and a good guy to work with. So that was it wasn't always easy. There's tough parts to any deal, but we were able to work through all of our issues quite well. I think one of the common themes I would say, maybe I'll just name a few positives and a few maybe negatives, and this is all generalizing, right? There tends to be a much more product-oriented focus. You have some very product-oriented founders in the U.S., but on average, I'd say there's more of a product focus, which in a lot of ways is good. But there are cases where it can be taken too far, right? There are cases where if it's their baby, some of it's their code, they built it from scratch. You can have cases where there's like just a bit too much product attachment, so that can be good and bad. I think, to be totally honest, there tends to be a little less ego, which is definitely, as a strategic acquirer at least, it's a good thing. You know, I think arguably from an investor's perspective, sometimes you want someone with a crazy ego who's just gonna, you know, build something insane, but pros and cons, right? So that's another differentiator. And then another area I'd say where there tends to be what I would say can be overconfidence is founders thinking that because they were able to sell into like a neighboring market in the same zone within Europe, that they'll be able to replicate that strategy and then sell into the US. And that's often, like, it's just really, really hard. And I'm not the expert to tell you the exact reasons it is, but I know it is. And that tends to be a lesson that I've seen just has to be learned the hard way with a failed push. So that can also be a factor.
Thank you. And speaking about failures, or, you know, almost failures, Sever, have you ever come across an issue that almost killed a deal? And were there any issues that seemed small when, you know, sort of negotiating the preliminary agreement, whatever that was, the LOI or term sheet, and then became a huge issue when negotiating transaction documents or looking into sort of the information made available in the due diligence? And, you know, anything that might have just killed the deal but didn't kill it in the end, or maybe did?
Yeah, so you know, I would say that for the most part, terms in the term sheet don't generally kill the deal. It's almost always something else. It's market-related, product-related, people-related, probably in that order. Maybe, you know, I think it's more along those lines that the things that kill deals. So it's really finding. And actually earlier today someone on a different panel said chemistry is really important between the investors and the company. And I think that that's another big factor that kills deals or makes deals undoable. It's rarely, I think, ultimately the terms, right? Yeah, maybe some hard negotiation at the end, but if both parties see eye to eye on market, people, products, strategy, and chemistry, everything else gets cleared away.
What about locked boxes versus completion accounts? I mean, it's such a staple question, but I had to ask it. It's do American sort of buyers prefer locked boxes or prefer completion accounts? Are they used? And that's a question to you, and then maybe Ian can also touch on it.
I mean, I've seen both, frankly. I don't know if there's any big trend there that's like overwhelming. I think it's mostly a preference of the buyer or the private equity firm that's the buyer about how they operate. It's not really a one way or the other.
Speaking personally, Lockbox just never quite sat right with me, so I have some personal bias here. I have done both, but I still have a bit of a preference towards completion accounts. It just seems more in the spirit of what a deal should be, but that's again, it's a personal feeling. I have seen that European sellers, in some cases, were very attached to the principle of a lockbox transaction and had some very difficult conversations. One deal that actually almost, maybe I wouldn't say almost fell through, but it was a very difficult discussion about whether we'd end up with lockbox or completion accounts, and we ended up with a really weird hybrid that was just a pain. But I think, you know, speaking from my limited experience, my perspective, I would say that being open to either as a seller, it could be helpful in getting some buyers that may have a preference towards completion accounts more comfortable.
Thank you. And Maurice, one question to you, because you know you have this very extensive experience in venture capital, but it is very close and overlaps sometimes on private equity. Just from a corporate governance perspective, how did things evolve over the past 10 years or 15 years? You know, take as long as you went backwards, just to understand how they sort of corporate governance evolved in Romania in relation to Romanian or regional companies when it comes to how they're structured and how they're dealt with. And I have another question which doesn't really relate necessarily to this one, but it's in the whole context of just in M&A, negotiating an M&A deal. What type of valuation do you see more often? Is it multiples? Is it discounted cash flow? Is it, it's because there is a lot of talk around basically if DCF is sort of the standard norm in the Western Europe as opposed to, the standard US approach, which is a multiple approach, and so on and so forth. What is your perspective? And then maybe Sever and also Ian can share their views on this topic.
Sure. On governance, I think we've come a very long way in the past 10, 15 years, and it's getting there in terms of good governance and standards. The problem in Europe, and it's not only in Eastern Europe, it's across Europe, is that we have bad governance in state companies, and this spills over into private businesses for some reason. And so it's kind of difficult to give or to find examples of excellent governance and really correct governance. The other thing that we have as a challenge as an early stage investor is that we are usually the first institutional investor coming to structure and enforce that real governance. Before that, it's really founder-led at all levels. So they are in Romanian we say centrează și dau cu capul tot ei. So they are basically shooting and passing themselves. Whereas we come and we try to instill a governance structure that is at the same time correct and works properly in terms of risk management, in terms of ESG, in terms of anything related to management, to assets, to everything in the company, but also does not put too much of a burden on the founders, which usually are also the CEOs and or C-line managers of the company. And how we do that, normally we attract as many resources from the outside of the company, because there is not a lot inside the company in terms of expert board members or board advisors in some cases. So this is how you structure the governance. But again, trying to make sure that we don't put too much pressure, because when you say corporate governance, there are some levels where, normally a board of 3 is just fine for a certain stage of a company. You go then to a bigger company and you want 5, you want 7, you want the bigger odd numbers. But we start small and then we develop that. In terms of US investors, when they come, buyers, when they come and we discuss deals, strategics, I would say, only have a problem with the governance in order to be comfortable that there is nothing, there are no skeletons in the closet, so to speak. But going forward, they will anyway change the governance and the subsidiarity and the structures of managing and controlling the company. So that's not a concern. When we are dealing with other types of more financial type investor, then it's a bit of a different story, because then it will be more of a transition into something similar after the acquisition or the buyout. Moving to the second question about the valuations, we don't use, and I haven't seen our potential buyers using DCF. I think it's a method that anyone can use and anyone can manipulate. Of course, any method could be manipulated to some extent, but DCF is probably the worst. And so we use multiples, particularly as in our type of investments, which are very, how should I say, silos into specific verticals. You had a very nice panel discussion with Danny, the founder of Vola, one of our other very nice investments from Fund 1, with a successful exit on our side to Resource Partners a few years back. And we have this online travel agency vertical. We see, the Expedias and the Pricelines of the world, and then we do the math in terms of a multiple on revenues, on gross margins maybe, in this case, because it's GMV, more like their revenues in an online travel agency, so it's more like a GM multiple. Or, in some cases, an EBITDA multiple if the company is already there and has reached the stage where it delivers profitability.
I want to tell Ian the running joke about basically the multiple.
But it's very important about valuations. Valuations are highly impacted by the other parameters of the business. For instance, year-on-year growth is essential for, it can make the difference between a multiple of 3 and a multiple of 8, let's say. So basically, it could triple the value of the company if you can deliver fast growth and you have the other parameters stable, let's say. And of course, here it's this in the industry, it's commonly known as the rule of 40. So you need to have both some profitability and some year-on-year growth that together are north of 40% of revenues.
Yeah, I just want to say something less sophisticated of the running joke that we have in Romania, comparing the multi roles of the founder with the full role of the accountant, the traditional accountant here. There is a lawyer, an accountant, but also a therapist, and sometimes a cook. And it's actually really
butler.
Yeah, and this is why I always actually refer to that when speaking about corporate governance, because if you ask any founders in Romania about corporate governance, they will say, well, what is corporate governance? I mean, I'm the director and the founder. Same thing if you ask him, can you send me the contract? And he said, yeah, I'll speak to my accountant and he'll send you the contract. That's the perception. So general perception. Ian, valuations. How do you, and it's not only method, but basically differences between sort of Europe and the US, and also maybe you can share with us a bit about your experience with multiples in the two jurisdictions or two continents, I'd say.
And he'll probably say, small is beautiful.
Exactly. Less is more when it comes to multiples for the buyers, obviously. I mean, in terms of methodology, I think, like you were saying, it depends on the stage you're at, right? Like, if this is like an early growth stage, you can absolutely defend an ARR multiple. I've seen many cases where sellers will try to position something on an ARR or a revenue multiple basis, and it's just not justified because the growth isn't there, the churn is too high, some combination of the above. So it really depends on the stage. I think really, like, at the end of the day, any intelligent buyer should be boiling something down to future cash flows in most acquisitions when it's not some kind of a strategic technology like IP, acqui-hire, what have you. But generally speaking, you want to be looking at it in terms of cash flows, but also understanding where the market is at, and you can end up expressing that however you want, right? So what the buyer may express as how they're looking at the valuation is probably not the full story in terms of all the analysis that they're running internally, obviously. Definitely found more favorable multiples in Europe. I think there was really a period, especially in between 20 and 22 ballpark, I want to say, where there was just this massive disconnect in terms of expectations, valuation expectations. And I think at least some of what I found in Europe was like the founders and sellers kind of coming back to reality a little bit quicker than in the US. But again, everything comes down to value, and as long as there is a gap in valuation, then savvy buyers will see opportunity there and will want to seize it.
Yeah, a couple of points related to governance. Governance is a negative connotation in a lot of ways, but actually, the process of getting good governance is a process to be ready for an M&A transaction or maybe an IPO down the road. So that's really the message we deliver to our CEOs and teams when we invest. The things you put in place with governance prepare you for a successful exit down the road. We've done that many times. Along with governance comes value add from an investor perspective. Mario's touched on this idea of attracting board directors. We see the board as an extension of the management team, and we behave that way also. And when we bring board members to the table besides us, they're usually people that have built companies 3, 4, 5 years, 7 years ahead of where the current business is, right? So we try to bring people in that have been in the founder's shoes, that have been through exits, that have raised capital, that really understand the market opportunity and can help. Related to valuations, yeah, it's multiples. In all the transactions that I've done over the years, almost 18 of them, 3 went public, the others were acquired. But it was always multiples, and in particular revenue multiples, because that's what you get when you grow. The other side of this is that there's a big delta between revenue multiples and EBITDA. Over many, many years, this has held true, that if you're able to achieve a revenue multiple versus an EBITDA multiple, the value, the difference between those two is 2.4x. So if you sell a company for 10 times EBITDA and you sell a company for 6 times revenue, the resulting difference is 2.4x, which is tremendous.
Thank you. Maurice, how do you prepare a Romanian company for an exit to a US buyer?
Well, in terms of the exit, before talking about US buyers...
And financial data, a focus on financial data as well.
But I just wanted to start from the real start, which is that when we invest, we have to have an exit plan. And in some cases, we have invested with a specific buyer in mind, not all the time, I have to admit, but in some cases, it really worked that way. For instance, when we invested in SmartBill, another good investment from our Fund 1, we knew that we will probably end up to sell it to the largest European company of its kind, Visma. And it actually happened, 5, 6 years down the road. And now the company is this kind of a company valued more than 100 million in equity valuation, enterprise valuation. They also have a lot of cash. So equity valuation is even higher. So with this in mind, it might be that from the start, we realized that for this type of an investment, we won't have an American buyer. Because for a cloud accounting and invoicing company in Romania, to find an American buyer would be just unrealistic. However, in terms of somebody big in Europe who consolidates the market, Visma has done hundreds of acquisitions all over Europe. That would be ideal. The only conditions to do an exit would be to conserve and to consolidate your leadership in the market, not to fall on the 2nd or 3rd position, because they will buy the leader. And of course, to get to some level of profitability, because they will, at that stage, buy you on EBITDA multiples. Because that's another trend that I see. I don't know if you have seen that. Even though we are still discussing a lot in terms of valuation based on multiples, on revenue multiples or ARR multiples, the buyers usually test those valuations back with EBITDA multiples. And if there is a big gap, they say no. Actually, in the back of our calculation, it was still EBITDA multiple rather than ARR or revenue multiple. So it looks like, and in a way, that's a good trend that companies and buyers and investors alike are looking more into sustainable development rather than growth at any cost, just on high negative EBITDAs. In terms of going to American companies, one thing is that we need to understand this difference with disclosure schedules, which is unfamiliar for European transactions, and this is something that we need to prepare ahead of time, because then you go into the process and you need to do that at the end. It takes more time, and maybe there is a bomb that drops at the end of the process, and you have this kind of near deal breaker or actual deal breaker. So you need to prepare for that, and of course, in terms of financials, we always do IFRS and audits here in Europe, and I've seen that all the American buyers are comfortable with that, so they don't want any retro version or translation into US GAAP or other standards, so they just send their own financial and tax consultants to see if we are okay from the compliance perspective with auditors and tax advisors.
Thank you. Sever, go ahead, and then I'd like to ask a question that each of you will answer. We only have 2.5 minutes left, so.
Yeah, so with respect to preparing companies to exit, exiting is a process like anything else. And we are strong believers that companies get bought, not sold. And so we introduce investment bankers early to get to know the company and help the company get introduced to the potential buyers that might be buyers 3 years down the road, 4 years down the road. We also, guide our companies towards beginning channel partnerships, revenue generating channel partnerships with potential buyers, because 70% of M&A transactions are preceded by a revenue partnership. Very important. The companies get to know each other, the technologies are integrated, they sell together, they have common customers, et cetera, et cetera. So I think, for us, the pathway to an exit is more like a 3-year effort, a 3-year thing. And at the board level, back to governance, that's covered all the time. We review it twice a year, we figure out where we are in the cycle of partnerships, how much revenue are we generating, which buyers are the right buyers, et cetera. So it's an ongoing process. And that's proven again to be very, very important, rather than wake up 5 years later and say, hey, let's hire a banker to sell the company. That's the fastest way to devalue the business.
Thank you. Question to all of you, and then we're wrapping this. If you were to name one lesson that the emerging Europe or the US should learn from each other in relation to M&A deals, what would that lesson be? Ian, I'm sorry, I didn't give you the heads up.
First up, okay. The first thing that comes to mind, honestly, is rep and warranty insurance is a great tool. Be open to it. It can make your life a lot easier. And preparing for exit, make sure you've got your contracts in a row and understand where the clauses are that may be concerning to buyers, change of control, stuff like that. I know it sounds like 101, but shockingly common to see that not being really fully bundled up and prepared for a diligence process. So those would be my 2 pieces of advice.
Thank you.
I would say that the most important thing to take away, but this would be more for the American buyers, is that there are very good deals here, very good companies here, and I've rarely heard of one transaction with a strategic American buyer to disappoint the buyer here in Romania. Of course, there is the UiPath with the highs and the lows, but as an IPO, but still that's the largest, let's say, Romanian-born company by market cap at 7-8 billion, whatever it is now. So it's still excellent, even though they IPO'd at 40 and then they went down severely. So that's the most important thing that I would say. And the other, maybe as a half joke, the other lesson would be that maybe we should also organize a panel next for how to sell companies to Chinese buyers. Our best transaction ever for an exit in Catalyst 1 was to Tencent, one of the largest companies in China and the world.
Green horse. Yeah. Sever.
I would say, setting expectations. What I mean by that is, up front, let's everybody take a moment but before the M&A process actually starts, to set expectations on both sides, right? What are the buyers really looking for in particular? And then let's say on the founder side, same thing, right? What are they looking for? Because we talked about gaps earlier. There's a gap of education and know-how between the two, and that's what leads to problems later at the end or through the process. So just setting expectations up front, it's almost like a mini education session by your investment banker, by your law firm, et cetera, about how to work together initially. And then you can begin the process but it feels like too many times the M&A process just kicks off and everybody goes in their separate directions, and that can cause issues.
Thanks, Sever. I'd like to take an opportunity to thank ROPEA again for allowing us to share our ideas and thoughts on these topics, and especially Daniela, Madalina, and everyone who contributed to basically this panel being put together, and through everyone who stayed through the panel and really listened to us. And thank you to all the panelists. Thank you for sort of flying in halfway around the world. Thank you for being here in such a busy schedule. Thank you for taking time off your holiday, and basically, because Sever is here on holiday actually to contribute to this. Thank you, everyone.
Indeed, thank thank you from our side as well for taking us into a bit of a different world, international world, but I think it's great news as we are implementing, it seems that we are implementing some of the recommendations coming from Uli in the morning about Romanian companies looking to expand into the region, about our market becoming more and more international. And speaking of deals and M&A, our last panel, led by Mr. Ionuț Dumitru, Chief Economist at Raiffeisen Bank, will discuss with several key representatives from some of the private equity funds which have been fundraising, which are active in investments in the local market, and we are really looking forward now to explore with them how the investment strategies are being shaped, what are new sectors which are more and more interesting, what are the opportunities in the Romanian economy, what are sectors which are more and more competitive, and which are the most interesting deals and value creation stories that we will hear in the next years. So I invite on the scene Mr. Ionuț Dumitru, and he will also invite and introduce the panelists.
Bună ziua tuturor, o să trecem în limba română, că înțeleg că nu mai sunt vorbitori de engleză în sală. Invit pe paneliști să ni se alăture, suntem întârziați foarte mult cu programul. Alături de mine vor fi astăzi Laurențiu Ispir, Dan Fărcășanu și David Masculic. Îi invit alături de mine aici în panel. Ok, să-i rog pe colegii de la tehnic să ne ajute cu prezentarea. Pentru început o să am eu câteva slide-uri în care să introduc un pic discuția, urmând ca ulterior să invit pe paneliști, adresându-le întrebări, să avem o discuție legată de mediul economic în care activăm și oportunitățile de investiții pe care România le are în momentul de față, în special pentru piața de private equity. Dacă e gata prezentarea, vă rog să... Ok. Primul slide nu-l avem? Cu titlul? Ok. Dacă ne uităm la România ultimilor 2-3 decenii, o să observăm că am traversat una din cele mai rapide procese de convergență economică din Uniunea Europeană. PIB-ul per cap de locuitor a crescut în România la paritatea puterii de cumpărare de la circa un sfert din media Uniunii Europene în anii 2000 la aproape 80% în momentul de față. Am avut o convergență, de fapt România a avut cea mai rapidă convergență din Uniunea Europeană. Aderarea la Uniunea Europeană, investițiile străine directe, integrarea industrială și creșterea productivității au contribuit semnificativ la acest proces. Am redus decalajele față de alte state din Europa, în special față de Ungaria. Chiar am depășit un pic Ungaria, suntem destul de aproape de Ungaria și ne-am apropiat de Polonia. Lucrurile acestea nu cred că le-a anticipat cineva acum 15-20 de ani. Totuși, convergența nu este completă, rămânem în continuare sub media nivelului de dezvoltare european. În zona în care ne aflăm suntem semnificativ sub Cehia, care este în altă ligă. Lucrul ăsta sugerează că avem încă un potențial suplimentar de convergență pe termen mediu, aș spune condiționat de niște lucruri, în primul rând condiționat de continuarea procesului de modernizare a infrastructurii, creșterea productivității și implementarea multor reforme pe care România, din păcate, le-a cam amânat în anii anteriori. În slide-ul următor avem și provocarea majoră pe care o are România în momentul de față. Deși am avut o creștere economică relativ înaltă în anii anteriori, după aderarea la Uniunea Europeană și am avut câteva șocuri care au trecut sau peste care am trecut, cel mai recent pandemia, creșterea economică a revenit, dar această creștere economică a coexistat în anii anteriori, în special cu deficite fiscale foarte mari. Acest lucru este foarte important deoarece dezvoltarea viitoare nu poate depinde la nesfârșit de expansiunea fiscală. Știm cu toții că trebuie să facem consolidare fiscală și nu există opțiune la asta. Capacitatea de investiții publice devine mai limitată, mai ales pe măsură ce vom finaliza fondurile europene și PNR, programele speciale pe care le avem în momentul de față la dispoziție PNRR, SAFE și alte pachete pe care Comisia Europeană le-a introdus în anii anteriori. Următoarea etapă de dezvoltare, practic, va depinde tot mai mult de productivitate, investiții private, eficiența capitalului, modernizarea structurii economice, ceea ce înseamnă că rolul capitalului privat ar trebui să crească, în special în infrastructură, logistică, sănătate, modernizare industrială, energie, să mai revin asupra zonelor cu potențial mai ridicat. Pe slide-ul următor am un grafic în care am pus în oglindă productivitatea pe care România o are în momentul de față versus valoarea adăugată care măsoară pe angajat, care măsoară productivitatea versus salariile pe angajat și vedem că România are încă un potențial de creștere a productivității destul de însemnat. Avem încă costuri salariale relativ reduse, deși gap-ul s-a îngustat destul de mult. Competitivitatea se bazează în continuare încă pe avantajele de cost. Lucrul acesta probabil că se va termina la un anumit moment, adică avantajul acesta bazat pe costuri mici se va epuiza ca model de creștere. Convergența salarială continuă și e normal să se întâmple lucrul acesta. Modelul bazat predominant pe salarii mici va deveni nesustenabil la un moment dat, iar următoarea etapă a convergenței trebuie să se bazeze mai degrabă pe mai multă productivitate generată de automatizare, adopție tehnologică, modernizare industrială, îmbunătățirea managementului, dezvoltarea infrastructurii, lucruri mai grele decât ceea ce am văzut până în momentul de față. România este integrată în lanțurile de valoare europeană, nu mai este o economie periferică izolată de sistemele europene, exporturile manufacturiere domină comerțul exterior, suntem profund integrați în lanțurile de valoare europene, producția auto, echipamente industriale, electronică, componente sunt sectoare esențiale, suntem tot mai conectați cu Germania și chiar și cu țări din jurul nostru. Această integrare susține cererea industrială pe termen lung și creează oportunități în logistică, furnizori industriali, automatizare, depozitare, industrie cu consum energetic relativ ridicat. De asemenea, sectorul de agribusiness e unul cu potențial foarte, foarte înalt. România beneficiază de o capacitate agricolă foarte mare și are una dintre cele mai întinse suprafețe agricole din Uniunea Europeană. Totuși, o mare parte a lanțului valoric rămâne insuficient dezvoltată. Exportăm materii prime, importăm produse procesate în zona aceasta. Oportunitatea principală nu este doar producția agricolă, ci activitățile cu o valoare adăugată mai ridicată, procesare alimentară, infrastructură de depozitare, irigații, logistică, branduri locale și integrare în lanțurile de aprovizionare. Comparativ cu Polonia, dacă ne uităm în grafic, România captează încă o parte mai redusă din valoarea adăugată din agribusiness, ceea ce sugerează că avem un potențial semnificativ de modernizare și scalare pe termen mediu și lung. Partea de logistică, de asemenea, este destul de importantă. România și-a îmbunătățit performanța logistică în timp, însă rămâne în urma liderilor regionali, precum Polonia sau Cehia. Avem încă blocaje în materie de infrastructură, o lipsă încă de autostrăzi, deși ele s-au dezvoltat mult mai rapid în anii anteriori. Calitatea transporturilor, în general, continuă să afecteze competitivitatea și eficiența industrială. În același timp, aceste probleme creează oportunități pe termen lung în depozitoare, coridoare de transport, logistică intermodală, parcuri industriale și infrastructură logistică în general. Pentru investitori, acest deficit încă de logistică este simultan o slăbiciune și o temă structurală de investiții. România devine tot mai relevantă pentru nearshoring și diversificarea lanțurilor regionale de aprovizionare. Dacă ne uităm la finanțarea economiei, mergem la tema următoare, finanțarea economiei, o să vedem că sistemul financiar românesc rămâne subdezvoltat față de multe economii cele mai multe economii, de fapt, decât toate economiile din Uniunea Europeană. Creditul neguvernamental ca procent din PIB în România e mult sub standardele europene. Deci, practic, avem o economie care este încă subîndatorată structural. Acest lucru limitează profunzimea finanțării, dar creează și un potențial pe termen lung pentru dezvoltarea bankingului, leasingului, finanțării IMM-urilor, private credit și servicii financiare non-bancare. Nivelul redus de intermediere financiară arată practic că România se află într-o etapă relativ timpurie de să zicem, intermediere financiară comparativ cu economiile europene moderne. În slide-ul următor am câteva cifre legate de piața de capital. Piața de capital din România rămâne puțin dezvoltată comparativ cu alte state din regiune, în special față de Polonia. Finanțarea prin equity, care e deficitară în România, are un rol limitat în expansiunea companiilor, iar investitorii instituționali nu au o dezvoltare suficient de adâncă. Totuși, reforma pensiilor, reforma sistemului de pensii, creșterea investitorilor instituționali locali, potențiale viitoare IPO-uri și integrarea tot mai puternică în piețele europene pot susține dezvoltarea pieței de capital locale pe termen lung. Deci avem oportunități și în zona aceasta de listare a companiilor. Mai departe, dacă ne uităm la structura de finanțare a companiilor în general, România versus alte state europene, o să vedem că ceea ce caracterizează cumva firmele românești este că au o dependență mult mai mare de partea de credit comercial. Dacă ne uităm la ponderea creditului comercial, este semnificativ mai mare decât în alte state europene și de asemenea ceea ce ne evidențiază este partea de equity, care este semnificativ mai mică decât țările europene în general în finanțarea companiilor. Deci mai degrabă sistemul nostru de companii, de corporate în general, este unul în care gradul de datorare este mai ridicat, iar penetrarea bancară este mai mică din motiv de equity destul de scăzut. Tocmai de aceea avem oportunități în zona de private equity destul de mari. Firmele nu au foarte multe alternative atunci când vor să se extinde, să se profesionalizeze, să-și consolideze piața sau să investească în productivitate, iar pentru furnizorii de fonduri de private equity și, în general, furnizorii de capital alternativ, asta e o oportunitate foarte, foarte importantă pe care piața românească o aduce. Ne uităm la energie, iarăși un subiect interesant pentru investitori. România beneficiază de una dintre cele mai diversificate structuri de producție de energie electrică. Avem și nuclear, avem și hidro, avem și regenerabile, gaze, combustibili fosili. Această diversificare ne dă o reziliență mai bună, reduce dependența de importurile de energie, avem o securitate energetică mai bună, dar competitivitatea aceasta energetică e un element care determină într-o măsură mare competitivitatea pentru anii următori și de aceea cred că este obligatoriu ca România să-și îmbunătățească zona aceasta de competitivitate energetică prin investiții mai mari în producție și stocare de energie și de funcționarea pieței în sine. Bun, ce mai aveam în slide-uri? Următoarea etapă de convergență a României probabil că nu va fi uniformă în toate sectoarele economice. Probabil capitalul se va concentra tot mai mult în domenii care combină scalabilitate, reziliență, integrare în exportul și cerere structurală pe termen lung, tehnologie, probabil sănătate, logistică, agribusiness, procesare agribusiness, modernizarea industriei și sectoare legate de energie par a fi cele mai atractive din perspectiva unui investitor. Povestea investițională a României evoluează, spune, trecem într-o altă etapă de la o simplă poveste de convergență macro către un model mai selectiv, bazat pe productivitate și pe sectoare specifice, nu neapărat toate sectoarele din economie. Și în concluzie aș spune că România rămâne una dintre cele mai importante povești de convergență pe termen lung din Europa Centrală și de Est. Avem încă avantaje de cost importante, deși ele tind să se epuizeze. Avem o integrare industrială relativ bună, decalaje importante în infrastructură și productivitate care pot susține investiții viitoare. În același timp, modelul de dezvoltare probabil că se va transforma în anii viitori. Convergența nu se va mai baza exclusiv pe salarii mici și consum intern. Creșterea productivității, modernizarea infrastructurii, creșterea intermedierii financiare eficiența alocării capitalului vor deveni probabil teme mai importante. Pentru capitalul privat aș spune că lucrurile acestea creează oportunități în sectoare care susțin transformarea structurală, în special logistică, modernizare industrială, procesare în agribusiness, energie, sănătate, servicii financiare și tehnologie. M-aș opri aici cu introducerea mea și aș invita pe colegii de panel să intervină. Le-aș adresa o primă întrebare, cred că ar fi bine să mă așez și eu alături de dânsii. Le-aș adresa o întrebare, în primul rând, pentru toată lumea și invit pe fiecare dintre ei să-și exprime punctul de vedere. Care credeți că e problema în mediul investițional din România? Lipsa oportunităților de investiții e o problemă sau sunt alte probleme care blochează tranzacțiile, să zicem, în general? Cine vrea să înceapă?
Acum e bine? Noi o să fim optimiști întotdeauna. Noi nu vedem probleme, vedem oportunități. Chiar ne place când alții văd probleme, că ne lasă nouă oportunitățile. Mă uitam pe primul grafic cu convergența începând cu 2000 și mi-am dat seama că eu am intrat în private equity în 2005. Deci am trăit 20 de ani de convergență pe propria piele. Și mă gândeam, eu nu știu dacă am avut mai mult de 2-3 ani, să spunem, normali. Da? Nu? E corect. Ce să mai înțelege prin normal zilele astea? Adică creștere economică fără alte aventuri. Deci au fost Lehman Brothers, crize politice, fiscale, că nu suntem la prima, COVID și nu mai și putem continua. Și totuși lucrurile s-au întâmplat, apropo de optimism. Până la urmă, graficul a mers în sus. A fost ceea ce privește private equity, cred că am avut într-adevăr o perioadă de câțiva ani destul de complicată sau chiar dramatică din punct de vedere al opțiunilor. Nu cred că mai e cazul. Mie mi se pare că și dovada este, ne uităm acum cum arată o conferință ROPEA, felicitări apropo, mulți participanți și mult depth, să spune, multă adâncime în piață și soluții pe aproape fiecare segment de piață în ceea ce privește soluția de equity, că e VC, că e mid-market, că e early growth. Deci n-aș spune că ar mai fi o problemă cu accesul la equity. Cred că rămânem m-aș referi la panelul anterior mai degrabă, cred că rămânem mai mult cu gap-ul de educație în tot ecosistemul. De la advisori, de diverse categorii, la antreprenori care să știe cum să folosească această soluție și ajutorul pe care îl putem da și este la noi cum reușim în continuare să explicăm cu ce putem să-i ajutăm, mai ales în vremuri complicate. Și aici nu vorbim doar de bani. Noi, în genul ăsta de perioade, Ionuț, am construit întotdeauna cele mai bune companii, lideri de piață, cine are curaj, are viziune și are capital acum, know-how, echipe de management, acum se poate construi cel mai bine. Accelerat organic, cumpărat competitori și în perioadele astea se creează cea mai multă valoare și, evident, la finalul zilei cei mai mulți bani și pentru fondatori și pentru noi.
Mai departe, Dan?
Se aude? Da. Bine, și pentru noi în general tot așa suntem pozitivi în ceea ce privește economia României și dacă te uiți pe termen lung, va exista creștere și trebuie să crezi în România ca să poți să investești aici. Pe termen scurt pot să mai apară probleme, bine, o pandemie e o problemă mai specială,
dar și recesiunea asta în care suntem acum, probabil că se va termina la un moment dat. Pentru noi ceea ce este esențial e alinierea cu fondatorul, adică suntem un fond de growth și este absolut fundamental să găsim fondatorul potrivit și cu fondatorul potrivit să avem o teză comună, putem avea un orizont de timp mai îndelungat, 5 ani, 6 ani, 7 ani, poate și mai mult, dar în esență trebuie să pornim de la niște premize comune și să creștem pe aceste premize. Și dacă lucrurile astea sunt îndeplinite și fondatorul este în totalitate dedicat pe business-ul respectiv, atunci deal-urile se vor face. Cam asta este esența modului în care gândim noi și, bineînțeles, în final să avem un exit împreună. Da? Deci cam așa vedem noi lucrurile și noi suntem un fond care privește foarte mult mai degrabă spre growth și spre creștere prin, nu știu, faci o capacitate nouă, dezvolți retail-ul, faci o achiziție, decât simplu printr-un leverage buyout, plătești datoria și faci bani din asta. Adică abordarea e un pic diferită și probabil e ceva mai potrivită pentru o economie în care companiile cresc mai mult decât 3-4% pe an, cum ai vedea probabil în vest la majoritatea companiilor de acolo.
Eu m-aș duce către David. Crezi că economia românească are o problemă de lipsă de capital sau de proiecte investibile? Cum ți se pare?
Da, din punctul meu de vedere nu e vorba de lipsă de oportunități și aș porni un pic zooming out la nivel global și după revin și la România. Cred că momentan suntem într-un ciclu de reașezare a industriei și reașezare de clase de active în general, reașezare de diferite strategii de investiție și asta practic creează diferite oportunități pentru diferiți tipi de investitori. Și acum dacă ne gândim și ne referim la fondurile de tip growth, buyout, cum suntem și aici în camera asta și în panel, când ne uităm la o economie întreagă, niciodată nu vor exista oportunități în fiecare industrie. Adică nu există creștere în care, să zicem așa, toate cele 10-11 main industries să crească în același timp cu același ritm. Mereu există o diferență între trendurile ciclice sau, zic așa, anticiclice. Cu siguranță e vorba de lipsă de capital, deci economia noastră ar putea să înghită mult mai mult capital din perspectiva de private equity. Cum am văzut și în prezentare, avem o problemă structurală, aș zice, în modul în care sunt finanțate companiile noastre din România și există foarte mult loc de creștere și pentru zona de private equity, cât și pentru zona de private credit. Iar legat de cealaltă întrebare, cumva, cum văd eu ecosistemul? Ecosistemul trebuie să crească în tandem cu mai mulți stakeholder în același timp. N-are cum să crească doar parte de fonduri de private equity, dacă în același timp nu există o creștere a advisorilor, tot ce înseamnă, să zic așa, consultanți, avocați și așa mai departe, dacă nu avem o creștere paralelă în ceea ce privește complexitatea instrumentelor financiare alternative sau cele tradiționale de financiare de la bănci, și dacă nu avem o creștere și pe partea de education și awareness și în ceea ce privește antreprenorii și echipele de management, cât și următoarele generații de professionals de private equity. Deci nu putem să luăm și să segmentăm, să spunem, ok, hai să ne uităm de ce nu crește sau cum ar putea să crească doar o arie dintre cele menționate, ele trebuie să crească în paralel. Și aici putem să, într-adevăr, să luăm niște exemple foarte bune din piețele mai dezvoltate, putem să vorbim US sau ca și Continental Europe, dar putem să ne uităm și la piețe mai apropiate, precum Polonia.
Aș trece un pic la domeniile de activitate în care vedeți potențial. Dacă ar fi să numiți 2-3 domenii în care România ar avea perspective foarte bune de creștere în anii următori, dacă ele sunt și valorificate, care ar fi acelea?
Cred că sunt mai multe. Sunt oricum absolut de acord cu ce ai avut tu pe slide-uri acolo ca potențial imediat de convergență rapidă și dezvoltare. Acum, zilele astea ne plac tuturor, cred că sectoarele mai reziliente totuși, adică nu doar cele cu potențial de creștere. Și cred că dacă ar fi să factorizez ambele elemente,
Cu siguranță vorbim de agribusiness, food processing, FMCG, destul de multe segmente, cu potențial și de creștere, dar și reziliente marea majoritate a segmentelor. Infrastructura pare că se întâmplă chiar și în aceste condiții și atunci serviciile care merg în jurul ei și ajută această infrastructură să se pună în operă cu siguranță. Nu vedem în continuare ce s-ar putea întâmpla greșit cu sectorul medical. Aici sunt alți factori care dau trenduri foarte puternice și tranziția de la public la privat care se întâmplă în continuare, dar și segmente care abia acum încep de fapt să crească profesionist și sunt încă multe în sectorul medical. Ce ar mai fi? Sectoare de servicii, evident, tehnologie pentru cine se pricepe, n-aș spune neapărat că noi, deci asta și aș spune acum.
Dan, tu ce părere ai?
Noi, în general, ne uităm mai puțin la, cum să zic eu, sectoarele unde România are un edge. Bine, ne uităm, evident, dar ne interesează nu neapărat segmentele industriale unde România cum să zic eu, are niște avantaje competitive față de cei din vest, nu știu dacă sunt prea multe. Ne interesează sectoare din România, acolo unde putem face bani pentru noi și pentru investitorii noștri prin scalare, pe românește, și cu siguranță că cele mai multe le-a menționat deja Laurențiu. În speță ne uităm destul de mult pe private education, unde am și investit. Ne uităm în retail specializat, dar retail specializat nu neapărat de food, fiindcă ăsta e destul de consolidat și e greu să mai faci ceva aici. Zona de healthcare, zona de tehnologie, dar iarăși la tehnologie am avut cazuri, de exemplu, în trecut în care vreau să susținem un fondator să facă o achiziție și noi practic sponsorizăm toată tranzacția și el se ducea într-o piață mai mare, practic își exporta afacerea. Deci genul ăsta de tranzacție, nu neapărat ceva care să se apropie de VC, fiindcă nu avem expertiză aici. Cam asta ar fi. Nu facem neapărat agribusiness, de exemplu, fiindcă aici sunt niște riscuri destul de mari. Nu ne băgăm să investim în real estate sau în energie, fiindcă sunt niște sectoare foarte specifice. Facem și B2B și B2C, dar conceptul fundamental pentru noi rămâne în continuare de scalare. Pentru că ne uităm la un business și ne gândim dacă businessul ăsta peste 6 ani o să valoreze de 3 ori mai mult decât valorează acum. Cu ajutorul nostru, cu contribuția noastră și cu munca fondatorului. Și în jurul chestii astea se învârte toată întrebarea. Și ne uităm foarte mult în ce măsură businessul respectiv va fi ajutat sau distrus sau puțin afectat de digitalizare și de AI, ca să fiu sincer. Fiindcă o să fie foarte multe schimbări în foarte multe industrii și multe companii o să simtă efectul AI-ului.
Mă duce către David. Dacă ar fi dacă te uiți la anumite sectoare mai cu atenție decât la altele, care sunt sectoarele astea pe care le ții mai aproape de interesul tău în momentul de față?
Sunt în principiu, noi fiind un fond generalist și noi ne uităm la cele mai multe sectoare, excluzând câteva care nu sunt specifice fondurilor de private equity, cum ar fi aici real estate, agricultură, de exemplu, printre cele menționate. Într-adevăr, sectoarele mai reziliente sunt cele de interes și pentru noi. Acum recent am dezvoltat un model proprietary pe care îl folosim la nivelul Morphosis, în care am început cumva să mapăm toate subnișele. Avem undeva la 150 de subindustrii pe care le-am mapat la nivel intern momentan și cu ajutorul research-ului și cu ajutorul AI folosim cumva 6 criterii ca să le reîncuim în funcție de pipeline și să revizuim o dată pe săptămână sau o dată pe lună care sunt industriile de interes. Aici fac și o paralelă cumva cu ce spunea Marius în panelul anterior. Industriile și felul în care ne uităm la industrie, ne raportăm cumva și ceea ce se întâmplă la nivel european și la nivel global, din două perspective. Există niște tailwinds care vin la nivel de Europa și care migrează pe anumite segmente către România și atunci anumite industrii vor beneficia de un uplift în următorii ani. Și există și din perspectiva de exit, adică industriile care sunt cele mai lichide, să zic așa, din perspectiva de exit, din partea fondurilor de PI sau a strategicilor, înseamnă că vor atrage capital în viitorul apropiat 3-5 ani, care cumva corespunde și cu holding period-ul nostru. Deci cumva avem un multi-framework assessment și ne uităm din două perspective. În primul și în primul rând atractivitatea industriei și în al doilea rând corelăm cumva la ce se va gândi următorul buyer peste 5 ani și cum va judeca el industria și peste 10 ani cum ar veni. Pentru că mereu trebuie să te gândești la două cicluri. Adică tu vei vinde o poveste, un growth story și acel growth story va trebui să aibă și un market fundamental pe care următorul fond de private equity îl va analiza, să zicem, în 2030 sau 2031. Specific pe câteva subnișe sau subsegmente pe care aș putea să le menționez, fără să dau prea mult din casă, dar cred că e common knowledge, cred că în zona de tot ce înseamnă infrastructură de AI, infrastructură de computing power, tot ce e cloud și serviciile conexe sunt niște industrii foarte interesante și care sunt under-leveraged și under-invested în zona noastră de CEE. Cred că pe zona de sectorul medical, la o intersecție de tot ce înseamnă medical tech și retail healthcare, cred că acolo iară sunt niște oportunități de expansiune și oportunități de investiții la nivel regional și tot așa în zona de food processing și practic a ajuta economia României ca să overcome acest deficit comercial și practic să transformăm o problemă care momentan există la noi pe diferite verticale și să transformăm într-o oportunitate de investiție pentru a produce mai multă valoare.
Dacă tot ai adus vorba de deficitele comerciale, m-aș referi un pic la câteva din segmentele în care avem deficite comerciale mari. Zona asta de agri-food, energie, industrie chimică, petrochimică, unde avem deficite foarte mari. Ce credeți că ne lipsește să putem face un pic saltul pe lanțul de valoare în agribusiness, spre exemplu, sau, nu știu, în industria chimică, petrochimică, mai ales că vom avea gaz din Marea Neagră și nu știm ce facem cu el în anii următori. Ce credeți că lipsește ca să avem business-uri care se dezvolte în zona asta și să ajute și economia să-și reducă din deficitele acestea?
Da. Acum nu mi-aș da cu părerea chiar despre petrochimie, să știe. Adică e un sector la care nu ne-am uitat recent. Încă, da. O teză pe care am auzit-o, în schimb, este că odată cu gazele din Marea Neagră o să putem și noi să producem îngrășămintele noastre mai ieftin sau cel puțin mai predictibil, acum dacă tot a ajuns Azomure și înapoi la Romgaz, cred că, da? Bun. Deci asta pare să fie, apropo de ce ne lipsește. Ne lipsesc probabil mișcări de genul ăsta, deși, ok, bun, poate fi numită o naționalizare, dar s-ar putea în anumite sectoare chiar să avem nevoie. Metalurgie, producție de îngrășăminte chimice, acolo unde este...
Polonezii tocmai au făcut asta, nu știu dacă ați văzut știrea de astăzi.
Da, păi acum cred că acum vreo câteva zile am citit o analiză despre strâmtoarea Ormuz și, ok, problema gravă este că a crescut prețul petrolului. A doua problemă gravă e că acum ne-am dat seama că era o problemă asta, adică chiar trebuia să se întâmple... da. La fel și cu sectoarele strategice. Cred că avem nevoie, așa cum a fost consolidarea în sistemul bancar, care a fost foarte utilă după Lehman Brothers, ăsta e un exemplu de mișcare strategică la nivel național care va fi foarte utilă în agribusiness. Ai îngrășăminte mai ieftine, producție mai eficientă, mai competitivă, să spunem, și asta trebuie să meargă mai departe pe lanț. Nu e singura problemă. De ce n-am făcut noi producție de food mai bine până acum? Probabil pentru că n-am știut. Pentru că nu implică doar producția, implică să știi să te asociezi, implică să știi să faci un brand, să-l distribui, să știi să lucrezi bine cu rețelele internaționale de retail, că nu putem da întotdeauna vina pe ele când cumpără din Polonia sau de prin alte locuri. Deci, așa cred că. Dar încep să apară semne că începem să înțelegem.
Dan?
Bine, eu cred de fapt că ceea ce ne lipsește nouă sunt grupurile industriale sau industriași români sau străini care să caute productivitatea și profit. Și cu cât sunt mai multe active care se întorc la stat, cu atât șansa ca să se întâmple lucruri mai mult sau mai puțin fericite crește. Fiindcă dacă te uiți în patria capitalismului la americani, nu știu prea multe companii petroliere, de exemplu, care sunt deținute de stat. Deci, după părerea mea, ceea ce ne lipsește nouă și încă nu am ajuns acolo, sectorul privat să devină cât mai prevalent, dacă se poate spune așa, în economie și statul să intervină cât mai puțin, să legifereze și cam atât. Cu cât statul o să înceapă să controleze active, cu atât va crește riscul de interferență și altele. Părerea mea cel puțin este că, poate cu excepția infrastructurii, ce să caute statul în agricultură, de exemplu? Nu are niciun sens. Statul trebuie să legifereze și grupurile private trebuie să facă profit și să se dezvolte în continuare și să caute eficiența. La fel îmi imaginez că ar trebui să funcționeze și în industria de oil and gas și în multe altele. Mă amintesc cum era pe vremuri, citisem o știre undeva, Sidex-ul când era deținut, nu știu ce face acum, asta e altă discuție, dar când era deținut de stat pierdea $1.000.000 pe zi, la un moment dat. Deci, dacă vrem să ne îndreptăm spre capitalism, bine, dar eu sunt în private equity altceva, cred că ar trebui intervenit cât mai puțin în economie, nu cât mai mult, și acest efect de scalare să se accelereze și companiile să devină cât mai mari și mai eficiente. Asta e părerea mea.
David?
Da, nu sunt expert nici în oil and gas, pot să recunosc chestia asta, însă ceea ce aș putea spune că asta e cumva o zonă mai diferită și din punct de vedere de scale și din punct de vedere de capital de zona în care operăm noi trei aici care suntem în panel. Poate un lucru pe care eu l-aș face și felul în care aș încerca cumva să dezvolt zona asta este să mă uit ce alte tipuri de investiții și care sunt stakeholderii care au intervenit și au reușit să corporatizeze și să facă aceste companii mult mai profitabile. Și există un segment în zona de private equity și anume segmentul de infrastructură, unde sunt toate fondurile mari europene, globale, care se uită cu interes la această zonă pentru oportunitate de investiții și poate ar fi o idee cumva a crea un environment sau a crea o legătură, o intermediere între fondurile de infrastructură care probabil s-ar uita la aceste asset-uri în România și ar fi de interes, dar poate nu ajung până aici. Cred că asta ar fi un sfat de la mine, dar fără să fiu expert în domeniu.
Că ai adus discuția la infrastructură. Fondurile europene, probabil că după 2027 nu vor mai fi la fel de generoase cu România. O să epuizăm și PNRR-ul în curând. Disponibilitatea Uniunii Europene de a investi mulți bani în România probabil că se diminuează. Dacă te uiți pe cifre, România nu mai e chiar o țară săracă, la 80% aproape de PIB per capita la paritatea puterii de cumpărare față de media europeană. Nu poți să spui că România mai are de recuperat decalaje foarte mari ca să aloci resurse foarte mari aici. Probabil că vor mai fi și noi membri ai Uniunii Europene la un moment dat, nu știu, Moldova, poate și Ucraina, nu se știe, și atunci probabil că prioritățile se vor mai schimba. Cum vedeți voi zona asta de infrastructură, apropo de fondurile de infrastructură? România este clar că nu o să-și poată dezvolta infrastructura suficient în exercițiul ăsta financiar european. Probabil că o să avem nevoie să continuăm investițiile în infrastructură, măcar să întreținem infrastructura pe care o construim în acești ani, dar trebuie să construim și infrastructură nouă. Cum vedeți implicarea fondurilor de infrastructură în proiecte mari în anii următori și cum putem suplini la un moment dat această reducere a finanțărilor europene în zona aceasta de infrastructură, care e previzibilă?
Da, nici aici n-aș putea spune pot spune care sunt problemele fondurilor de infrastructură. Cu siguranță suntem cu toți de acord că la un moment dat pe măsură ce fondurile vor dispărea și vor dispărea la un moment dat, asta nu înseamnă că am rezolvat infrastructura. Vor fi în continuare foarte multe și oportunități, dar și nevoi de investiții în energie și în foarte multe sectoare. Eu m-aș întreba prima dată de ce nu, din cunoștința mea, nu știu câte fonduri de infrastructură locale nu sunt, dar din cele mari de afară știm vreo câteva investiții. Nu-mi dau seama ce lipsește. Poate legislația de parteneriat public-privat nu funcționează. Îmi imaginez că ele oricum nu investesc în companii din sectoare normale, să spunem, cum am producția de food sau... Deci aici vorbim de energie și de sectoare care au nevoie de foarte multă prevedibilitate legislativă, fiscală, s-ar putea inclusiv facilități în faza inițială. Sunt tranzacții foarte mari. E posibil ca aici să avem foarte mult de recuperat. Nu știu dacă pot să numesc un parteneriat public-privat cu un fond de infrastructură mare care să se fi întâmplat.
Nu cred că am avut niciunul.
Bine, cred că ar trebui să definim cadrul cu fondurile astea. Ce s-a întâmplat de prin 2000 până prin 2020, 2018, au fost doar fonduri străine care au investit în România în mare parte. Și pe aia de prin 2018 a apărut un prim val de fonduri românești, da, în care au fost două fonduri de private equity, unul dintre ele fiind Morphosis, care e aici în panel. Și începând cu anii trecuți a fost al doilea val și au apărut mai multe fonduri de private equity pur românești, care investesc cu bani ridicați local și prin ei, dar fondurile astea, niciunul dintre ele nu sunt fonduri de infrastructură. Da? Sunt fonduri de buyout, fonduri de growth, care scalează companii, cumpără de la fondatori și așa mai departe. Și fondurile de infrastructură și fondurile de private equity clasice, între ghilimele, au structuri diferite, operează cu costuri diferite, yield-uri diferite. Noi căutăm un IRR cât mai mare, de exemplu. Fondurile de infrastructură, în general, au un yield oarecum fix, da? Au și un grad al riscului foarte diferit față de riscurile care ni le asumăm noi. Ca să înceapă să apară fonduri de infrastructură în România, pur și simplu statul trebuie să ofere proiecte de infrastructură sau, în fine, diversi operatori și acolo proiectele să fie suficient de mari și de atractive, astfel încât să vină fonduri de infrastructură din vest. Pentru că în România nu sunt și nici nu cred că vor fi prea curând, din cauza că piața e prea mică pentru așa ceva în momentul ăsta. Da?
David, ce părere ai?
Foarte pe scurt, sunt de acord cu ce a zis Dan și Laurențiu înainte. Cred că cu ce putem contribui noi ca fonduri de private equity din zona asta de growth și de buyout este noi să dezvoltăm industriile conexe, să zic așa, infrastructurii sau tezelor de investiții infrastructură. Și atunci asta poate fi contribuția fondurilor de private equity. Adică dacă ne gândim la câteva investiții de tip infrastructură în zona de energie, în zona de data centers, în zona de TMT, în zona de telecom, de exemplu, acolo într-adevăr astea sunt niște industrii capital intensive, unde este nevoie de un fond străin sau un fond mult mai mare și cu un profil total diferit de ceea ce operăm noi. Însă noi vedem în același timp, adică vedem oportunități în zona de servicii conexe, care cumva cele două construiesc cărămidă cu cărămidă, să zic așa.
Ok. Suntem de acord cu toții că avem potențial în diverse sectoare economice. Dacă v-aș întreba ce ar putea să meargă prost în economia noastră în anii următori, de ce vă temeți sau care ar fi temerea majoră pe care o aveți?
Mai prost decât acum. Noi cred că ar trebui să întrebăm noi pe tine, deci ar trebui să ne fie frică. De exemplu, dacă mă gândesc la o inflație de 14% sau cât am înțeles că s-ar pregăti în următoarele...
11.
11 acum, dar potențial am înțeles, nu mai știu, de la 11 rămâne așa?
Dacă nu mai vine inflație Ormuz în plus.
Asta zic. Dar dacă îți face 14%, eu de exemplu nu știu cum să citești cifre de genul ăsta. De mult n-am mai procesat o astfel de cifră. Da. Cred că asta poate să fie. Downgrade, Doamne ferește.
Da, apropo, cum ați vedea impactul unui downgrade? Adică Ăsta e elefantul din încăpere în momentul de față. Dacă situația politică nu se stabilizează și nu avem o perspectivă a continuării reformelor, să le numim la modul general, a consolidarea fiscală să-și urmeze cursul și, Doamne ferește, agențiile de rating ne downgradează, care credeți că va fi impactul?
Da, nici nu, da, iarăși când am fost ultima dată într-o poziție de genul ăsta?
Criza financiară, în
2008-2009. Păi atunci știm cu ce o să se întâmple, adică asta suprapusă cu instabilitate politică o să fie 6 ani de... atât a durat, până prin 2014. Da. Cred că cam asta va fi, asta e perspectiva. Evident, cu diverse sectoare, cu sectoarele evoluând diferit și atunci, în perioada respectivă, oricât de complicat au fost și atunci oportunități. Atunci a înflorit e-commerce, oportunitățile de e-commerce, sectorul medical privat. Oportunitățile nu dispar. Vor fi anumite sectoare, probabil, dacă vorbim probabil sistemul bancar, nu știu, investițiile în infrastructură, cu siguranță puterea de cumpărare, consumul, dar anumite trenduri vor rămâne puternice, seculare, cum le spunem noi.
Dan, când te gândești la o oportunitate de investiții, te uiți la o anumită companie, ce griji îți faci? Adică ce ar putea să meargă prost pentru compania aia în anii următori?
Destul de multe chestii. Încercăm să identificăm, în primul rând, de la bun început, relația cu fondatorul e critică și cum o să dezvoltăm compania mai departe, dacă fondatorul mai are alte business-uri, în ce măsură e implicat doar în respectivul business și așa. Și cam astea sunt întrebările de la care pornim. El ca persoană, dacă avem același mod de gândire și dacă putem face business împreună. Și apoi o luăm pe lanț, cum se zice, adică ne uităm la concurență, ne uităm cum crește industria, cum arată industria asta în țările din jur și în vest, unde va ajunge, cum se schimbă, ne uităm la digitalizare, ne uităm la AI. Are sens să investești în așa ceva dacă o să vină AI-ul și o să, nu știu, un business de platformă online de meditații, de exemplu, da? Chestia asta va mai fi validă peste 10 ani sau nu? Adică încercăm să analizăm destul de atent cum va evolua compania și care sunt factorii externi care ar putea să o afecte. În general, într-adevăr, ne plac sectoarele mai defensive și sectoarele unde poți să uite, de exemplu, școala privată în care am investit. Da? Acolo îmbunătățim în permanență produsul și ne-am fixat un anumit target de elevi. Școala privată este în București, că e diferit în a investi în România și a investi în București. Dacă te uiți la București, de exemplu, PIB-ul pe capita e unul dintre cele mai înalte din Uniunea Europeană. Da?
200 și ceva la sută.
Da, exact. Deci, sigur, vine o recesiune, o să vezi sau ești în recesiune, vezi un efect, dar nu e același lucru ca și cum ai investi într-o fabrică de cărămizi de la Botoșani. Nu că aș avea eu ceva cu Botoșani. Da? Deci când te uiți la trenduri, oamenii în continuare, care au un anumit nivel, o să-și dea copiii la școală dacă produsul e bun, dacă proximitatea e bună, dacă rezultatele sunt bune ale elevilor de până atunci. Deci analizăm o grămadă de factori și decidem în final dacă prețul pe care îl plătim e corect sau nu.
Da, să știi că dacă intrăm în geancă că e pe ăla de meditație, s-ar putea să fie... Te referi la meditații școlare sau... la engleză?
David, tu ce scenarii îți faci atunci când te uiți la o potențială tranzacție? Ce ar putea merge prost?
Probabil că toți investitorii și noi evaluăm riscurile, e clasica metodă. Probabil, adică există mai multe tipuri de riscuri, cele generale care se aplică probabil la orice investiție, fie că vorbim de bursă, fie că vorbim de investiție personală sau private equity. Încercăm să segmentăm sau să delimităm riscurile macro pe care nu le putem controla. Aici cu mențiunea că flexibilitatea de a fi în private equity înseamnă că ai cumva acest avantaj în care tu poți să delay sau poți să grăbești anumite lucruri în funcție de cum se mișcă economia sau cum se mișcă sectorul respectiv. Și atunci ai această posibilitate, știi, ca să fii mai agil în ceea ce privește timingul de achiziție. Cumva ceea ce spunea, legat de ce spunea Dana, un exemplu interesant cu educație privată, și noi am investit în acest segment și chiar am avut o discuție cu cineva în afara, într-o pauză, în care m-a întrebat cum vedem noi AI disruption-ul în zona de private education. Și eu sunt un big believer în tot ce înseamnă adopția de AI, însă nu prea văd cum în următorii 5 ani școlile private ar putea să dispară și să nu mai meargă copiii la școală doar pentru că există AI. Nu știu cum va arăta peste 20 de ani această industrie, dar sunt destul de convins. Acum, poate nu așa va fi, dar rămâne de văzut. Însă ce aș spune legat de cum evaluăm riscurile, practic ne uităm la valoarea pe care o putem crea și cum putem să mitigăm anumite riscuri în momentul în care facem investiția. Și mi-a plăcut, am citit acum recent un raport care mi-a plăcut foarte mult, care e publicat de Bain Capital, și anume care spune că 12 is the new 5. Ce înseamnă 12 is the new 5? Care practic spune că comparativ cu the golden era of private equity la nivel de US între 2010 și 2018, să spunem, ca să faci de 2,5 ori banii, aveai nevoie de 5% creștere anuală la nivel de EBITDA, din mai multe motive, iar în condițiile actuale de macroeconomie și felul în care e structurat, să zic tot așa, sistemul financiar, este vorba de ai nevoie de o creștere anuală de 12% de EBITDA ca să faci de 2,5 ori banii. Asta e din cauza faptului că nu mai există acea strategie clasică de pur LBO cu arbitraj de multiplu prin care să faci banii și atunci toată strategia noastră se mută către zona de operational value creation și cât de mult credem noi la început că putem influența investiția respectivă și anume prin know-how-ul nostru și prin felul în care operăm în relație cu fondatorul sau cu echipa de management. Asta corelat cu riscurile, avem mai multe discuții și cu siguranță încercăm să luăm cele mai bune decizii. Până acum aș zice că ne-a ieșit.
În încheiere, că mai avem câteva secunde disponibile din panel, v-aș întreba pe toți și v-aș ruga să răspundeți scurt. Dacă ar fi să definiți ceea ce englezii numesc value proposition pentru România ca destinație de investiții, cum ați face-o? Grea întrebare, nu?
Foarte grea întrebare. În câte cuvinte?
De ce ar veni investitorii în România?
De ce ar veni investitorii? Păi, sunt în continuare foarte multe, cred că cu asta ai deschis tu, cu graficul de convergență. Cred că ăla o să tot ce povesteam, în ciuda micilor fluctuații temporare care vor fi de 2 ani sau de 4 ani și în ciuda în ciuda instabilității cu care aproape ne-am obișnuit, graficul a mers în sus. Un nordic pe care l-am apreciat foarte mult, unul din mentorii mei spunea în glumă, somehow Romania is drifting in the right direction. Deci veniți să investiți în România, că va fi bine.
Da. Dan, tu ce părere ai?
Above average growth, că e mai simplu să o pun în engleză așa. De fapt e vorba de creștere. Poți să obții creștere dacă îți selectezi bine oportunitățile de investiții, deal-urile care le faci și dacă le structurezi cum trebuie. Cam asta este. Deci țara e încă destul de mult în spate și convergența aceasta se vede în diverse sectoare și e esențial să ai capital, e esențial să ai investitori și dacă vin investitori de afară, o să vadă lucrul ăsta. Și în România s-au făcut bani și de fonduri de investiții de afară. Că de fapt, fundamental asta este cum să faci bani. Și s-au făcut, dintotdeauna s-au făcut și o să continue să se facă. E atât de simplu. Trebuie doar să nu dai dovadă de autosuficiență, de aroganță sau de superioritate și să alegi deal-urile care trebuie.
David, scurt.
Foarte pe scurt, cred că adică nu cred, cu siguranță avem a doua cea mai mare economie din zona de Europa Centrală și de Est. Avem o țară care a crescut constant și există potențial pentru convergență. Există tot încă niște avantaje competitive, fie că vorbim de cost, fie că vorbim de inovare, fie că vorbim de acest engineering country, cum a menționat cineva într-un panel anterior. Și dacă ne uităm la nivel de regiune, la nivel de CE, au fost niște grafice și astăzi și cred că e un common knowledge prin rândul investitorilor la nivel european, că regiunea noastră de CE este cea mai performantă și cu cea mai mare creștere în ultimii ani. Mai mult de atât, dacă vorbim de instabilitate politică fiscală, chiar mă gândeam, cred că paradigma s-a resetat în ultimele câteva luni și cred că la nivel global vorbim de o incertitudine, deci n-aș spune neapărat că incertitudinea pe care o avem noi e mai mare decât incertitudinea unui investitor în zona de Middle East, în zona de America, în zona de Latam, în zona de Taiwan, în zona de China și the list could go on. Deci cred că net suntem într-o poziție foarte bună. Avem în față câțiva ani în care putem să beneficiem de oportunitățile care se vor crea și cu siguranță este mult mai mult loc de capital instituțional în zona de private equity.
Okay. Vă mulțumesc tuturor paneliștilor noastră că ne-ați urmărit și vă dorim o zi bună în continuare. Vă rugăm. Procesarea, da.
În acest sens, și cu acesta am încheiat, am lansat Danubsi Hub, un hub dedicat sectorului agri-food și tech în România. Vă invit să povestim în această direcție. România are potențial. Știm că de curând Cristinul s-a listat la bursă și am văzut că a fost supra-subscris. Asta înseamnă că are potențial. Deci, ca peste un an, 2, 3 să avem în cine investi, ar trebui să construim aceste companii, să depășească statutul de tradițional, produs tradițional, să treacă un pic mai sus și atunci o să avem și un Cristim 2, Cristim 3 și tot așa. Mulțumesc frumos, practic a fost o investiție, o remarcă adiacentă. Scuzați-mi momentul publicitar, nu asta a fost intenția. Mulțumesc.
Liber. Mulțumim mult tuturor și mai ales celor care au rămas în sală până la sfârșitul evenimentului. Am păstrat foarte multe momente interesante chiar și acum la final și îmi pare rău că cei care au plecat n-au mai avut ocazia să audă toate aceste informații interesante. Finalizez în limba română. Ca să închei ziua, cred că am avut o conferință reușită și, cum spuneam mai devreme, care pe măsură ce se desfășura a început să-mi placă și mie foarte mult. Am avut și ne-am propus de la început să acoperim tot spectrul de subiecte de actualitate pentru ecosistem și pentru industria noastră, plecând de la problematica de fundraising, de capital, de necesitatea de a avea investitorii, instituțiile publice, investitori instituționali în ecosistem și am văzut o mobilizare și un consens extraordinar la nivelul decidenților politici, ceea ce cred că este, aș spune, sper, cea mai bună veste pe care ați primit-o astăzi și pe care o primim astăzi ca ecosistem. Am dezbătut în al doilea panel modele și trenduri și cum creăm valoare în companiile în care investim ca investitori financiari. Cel de-al treilea panel ne-a deschis orizonturi către o lume a tranzacțiilor care de multe ori pare poate inaccesibilă, dar cred că ne-am identificat și am găsit multe elemente comune și cu ce se întâmplă deja în piața din România. Și mulțumim ultimilor paneliști pentru insight-urile pe care ni le-au dat în ceea ce privește sectoarele care vor fi de interes și vedem un consens foarte interesant și bun din nou între viziunea macro și viziunea micro, cea la nivel concret de acțiune. Cu acestea închid ziua. Vă mulțumim mult încă o dată pentru participare. Mulțumim și sponsorilor pe care îi mai numesc încă o dată: Forvis Mazar, Spatria Bank, RTPR, Popovici Nițu, Stoica și asociații, Stratulat Albulescu și Wolftais și vă așteptăm în continuare să fiți implicați, membri activi în asociație, sponsor la evenimentele noastre și pregătim Gala Awards din decembrie. Cred că 2 decembrie este ziua deja stabilită. Sper să ne revedem în curând. Mulțumim mult încă o dată!